Well, howdy, partners. We're going to have a little school tonight.
It's time to help people customize and.
Oh, we're going to help people. Not with a bunch of crappy commercials. A little more code.
Well, there once was a fella named Willard McBain. And he only had just
the National
one
School
thought
Board
on his
Association
brain.
wants the White House
Every
and
evening about
the association were happy with the letter.
alone.
The National School Board Association sent the letter to the White House, and the White House promptly called you and said, sick the FBI on parents at school. That's what I mean. The White House is the prophet here. Yours is the best.
From the White House, I worked on this memorandum. This memorandum reflects my views on public officials from violence and threats of violence, while at the same time protecting parents' ability to object to policy.
I get that out.
Well, the chief of detectives came
Were
around.
you worried that you would be fired if you didn't issue them?
Eavesdropped upon them over upstairs.
I decided on this memorandum on my own. I don't care. I said from the very beginning, I'm taking this job to protect the Department of Justice and the independent determinations with respect to prosecutions and investigations. And I would do that.
I'm starting to work without them much time. Now, when you got the letter from the White House,
I got papers to roll out.
give the FBI new things,
It was there that
making
the
sure
vice
our parents
squad
weren't
field glasses red.
dangerous domestic terrorists.
Lips of
You
that
didn't investigate before you issued your memorandum the incidences cited in the letter.
Hello.
Is this Mark?
Thousands of school board members.
I know what you Marvin.
Want to hear me talk
like real 10-10?
Yeah, but you didn't investigate the incidences in the letter.
This is the first step. This is an assessment before investigation stage.
Right. Before you issued your memo, you didn't investigate the incidents.
Memo is
Came round.
in assessment.
He wet his
And in fact, most of the
his
incidents
young throat.
in the letter were
Then he died of
I
soft.
think that's correct. They would not be covered by either federal or state law. I agree with that. And they would be protected by the First Amendment. But threats of violence are not covered by the
Can we agree that we have thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of kids growing up today who are more likely
They got
middle
Marvin. You ain't gonna
go to
miss
jail.
Marvin. But I miss
current statistics. I do know there are too many people who are committing crime.
And one of the reasons for that is
I'm gonna come over there with a weed eater and a live chicken and some cool whips.
so why do we let it issue listing incidents
Why, yes, ma'am. You can
that you
post
didn't
mine right over
investigate?
here.
That anybody who has
Mr.
any
McBain, please.
That'll be $350.
fair-minded
And
knowledge of the world knows is going to have a chilling effect on parental involvement with respect to what their kids are learning at school.
I'll be clear again, Senator, my memorandum did not list those incidents.
Come on, General, we both know it's had a chilling effect. You don't think there are parents out there in the real world that said, oh my God, maybe we shouldn't go to the school board meeting, there'll be FBI agents there? We live in this isn't law, my man.
I tried to make clear as I could, and now I have subsequently made clear in every public statement on the matter.
Your actions made it clear, General. Let me ask you one last question. When men follow a United States senator who happens to be a female into a women's room to harass her about her
Well, when
beliefs,
I was a kid, I'd take a trip.
why is that just part of the process,
Visit my granny.
as President Biden says?
I'd run
But when a
barefoot
parent
all day long,
goes
climbing
to a
trees,
school
reading
board
songs.
meeting
One day, I
to
happened to
protest
catch
that their
myself
child is
squirrel.
being taught
Well, I
that
stumbled
babies
down in an old
can be
shoebox,
white
punched a couple
supremacists,
holes in the top. When
is
sun
subject
came, I
to
snuck
FBI
in the
prosecution.
I
You
sit way
just
back
gave,
in the very
that
last
parent is
few
not subject
showing
to
him
FBI
a good
investigation.
buddy,
There's
and
nothing in
that
this
squirrel got
memorandum that
loose.
suggests
Yes,
this.
sir.
We protect United States senators against threats of violence.
You did a good job with Senator Sinema.
In the last month, we have indicted somebody who made threats of violence against both Alaska U.S. senators. Recently, we just indicted somebody else who made
Can I ask one more, Ms. Hawkins?
Can you wrap up, please, Kennedy?
I'm sorry?
Could you wrap up? I am chairman.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I will. I'm just gonna ask, one last one. What led you to conclude before you issued the memorandum sicking the FBI on parents that law enforcement at the state and local level could handle it?
Senator, we did not sic the FBI on parents. That's not what this memorandum is about. Nor did we conclude that local law enforcement is unable to deal with the problem. The purpose of this memorandum is for federal law enforcement to engage with state and local and determine whether they need assistance.
And you don't think this had any chilling effect whatsoever on parents out there?
The memorandum expressly says at the beginning that it is aimed at violence and threats of violence, and expressly says that robust public debate about school policies are
Right, right. Well, I'm like you, General.
Thank you.
On this issue, you turned into someone who said you would.
I recognize Senator Booker.
Senator Holt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Garland, on October 4th, you issued an unprecedented memo that involves the Department of Justice and the FBI and local school boards. Nothing like it in our country's history. It was based, you testified, on this letter from the National School Board Association that we now know the White House was involved in writing. They've retracted the letter. They've apologized for the letter. They say they regret the letter, but you won't retract the memo. You said earlier that you have no regrets, and you've defended yourself repeatedly today before this committee by saying, well, you're focused on violence. But now, of course, we've seen the memo from your own Justice Department advising state and local and other prosecutors about all of the different federal causes of action that they can bring against parents that are not about violence, they're about harassment and intimidation. I'm looking here at this memo. It identifies no fewer than 13 possible federal crimes involving harassment and intimidation, including making annoying phone calls. A parent who makes a phone call to a school board member that she has elected, that school board member deems annoying, should be prosecuted, General Garland?
No, I don't. And the Supreme Court has made quite clear that the word intimidation with respect to the constitutional protection is one that directs a threat to a person with the intent of placing the victim in fear of bodily harm or death. Prosecutors who investigate these cases know the Supreme Court.
Take the
They-
ribbon
the very famous
Prosecutors do, but parents don't, General Garland. Do you think that a parent who looks at the 13 different federal crimes that your Justice Department has identified, they might be subject to and prosecuted for, like making annoying phone calls? Do you think that they're going to feel that they're welcome to speak up at a school board meeting? How about this one? They could be prosecuted for using the internet against them on Facebook in a way that might cause an issue. Is that a crime?
Let's put a little
Why not? No, it wasn't a judge. It was the prosecutors. That's the problem. What happened to you?
No I don't look at it. I do not say every memo goes to the
Wait, don't, I just want to sure understand. This is a memorandum that 13 different federal crimes appearance charged with that have the United States Department of Justice on the top of it. You're telling me you haven't seen it? The United States Department of Justice, the United States Attorney for the District of Minnesota. Not high enough priority for you? It is the question. Is it not a high enough priority for you when you're threatening different federal crimes? These aren't crimes of violence. You testified today that it's for violence. That's not what the U.S. is saying. That's not what they're saying. You haven't seen it because it's not a high enough priority. What do you mean on this? Indeed, and you are in charge of every one of them. This was a sufficiently important case that issued a memo. You, over your signature, issued a memo involving the FBI and the Department of Justice in local school boards, local school districts. Your U.S. attorneys are now threatening prosecution with 13 different crimes, but it's not a high enough priority for you. It got lost in the mix.
I'll send again. I've never seen that memo.
That's what concerns me, General Garland.
It wasn't sent to me. I hope you will assure your constituents that what we are concerned about here is violence and threats of violence.
It only leads me to conclude, General Garland, all I can conclude from this is either that you're not in control of your own department, or that, more likely what I think to be the case, is that you knew full well that this is exactly the kind of thing that would happen. When you issued your memo, when you involved the Department of Justice and all of its resources, and the FBI and all of its resources, and local school boards and local school districts, you knew that federal prosecutors would start collecting crimes that they could use against parents. You knew they would advise state and local officials that these are all the ways parents might be prosecuted. You knew that that was the likely outcome. And that's exactly what's happened. And we're talking about parents like Scott Smith, who's behind me over my shoulder. This is a father from Loudoun County, Virginia. Here he is at a school board meeting. He was forcibly restrained. He was assaulted. He was arrested. Why? Because he went to an elected school board meeting. He's a voter, by the way. He went to an elected school board meeting to raise the fact that his daughter was assaulted, sexually assaulted, in a girls' restroom by a boy. This is what happened to him. Now, you testified last week before the House, and you didn't know anything about this case. I find that extraordinary because the letter that you put so much weight on, the letter that's now been retracted, it cites this case. It cites Mr. Scott's case directly. There's a news article cited in the letter. It's discussed in the letter, but you testified you just couldn't remember it. Maybe this will refresh your memory. Do you think people like Scott Smith, the parents who show up to complain about their children being assaulted like this man?
Show up to complain about school boards are protected by the First Amendment.
Do you think that they ought to be prosecuted in the different ways that your U.S. attorneys are identifying?
What they're doing is complaining about what the school board is doing, policies, curriculum, anything else that they want to. As long as they're not committing threats of violence, then they cannot be prosecuted. They can't be.
Let me ask you about this. Several of my Democrat colleagues have today, just today, I was hearing multiple times of prepared parents who show up at school board have compared them to criminal rioters. You think that's right? You think that a parent who shows up at a school board meeting who has a complaint, who wants to voice that complaint, maybe she doesn't use exactly the right grammar, you think they're akin to criminal rioters?
And I do not remember any senator here.
Oh, really? These people are just like the folks who came here on January 6th in the riot at the Capitol?
I don't think they were referring to the picture.
Well, I certainly would hope not. They're referring to parents who go to school board meetings. Mr. Smith is a parent who went to a school board meeting. I'll leave it at this, General Garland. You have weaponized the FBI and the Department of Justice. Your U.S. attorneys are now collecting and cataloging all the ways that they might prosecute parents like Mr. Smith because they want to be involved in their children's education and they want to have a say in their elected officials. It's wrong. It is unprecedented to my knowledge in the history of this country. And I call on you to resign. Thank you, sir. Judge, I want to return to our exchange this morning. As I reflected on it, you made a shocking admission. You issued this memo sicking the feds on parents and school boards on Monday, October 4th. You acknowledged that there was no effort in the Department of Justice, no initiative.
Want to know how to get rid of your
draft this
diabetes for
memo
good?
or
Then you
create
must
these
see this.
task
Top
forces
American diabetes
before
doctor
Wednesday,
reveals her
September
all-natural
29th,
trick to restore
from the
healthy
National
blood
School
sugar
Board
levels and
Association.
reclaim insulin
Is that
sensitivity
correct?
in
Is that
record
correct?
time. So stop everything
I
you're
don't
doing
know.
and click below to
All I
watch this
know is
short,
that the
free
first
video
time
that this
No.
blog.
I started working on this was
That's
after
ridiculous.
receiving the letter. That's all I.
You're not
So from
dealing
your
with the
standpoint,
emotional
there
reasons
was you were not aware of
Or
any
the high
effort from the Department of
fructose
Justice
corn
before
syrup.
that letter was sent.
or the
On September
aspartame.
29th.
I think it's fair to say, as you're suggesting, that this letter and what the other public notices of violence against school board members and teachers are what form the basis for this.
This
memo.
memo,
Yes,
this memo is dated October 4th. You signed it on October 4th.
I did.
So 4 intervening days, 2 of which were weekend days. I'd say that's a land speed record for the federal government.
When we
Chuck
get,
Grassley pointed out that you have not responded to letters of his that have been outstanding for months. How is it the Department of Justice was able to move so rapidly on a single letter from a special interest group that has now repudiated that letter, said it regrets sending the letter, and apologized to its members? How did your department move so fast with this matter?
an organization that represents thousands of school board members,
I would say they purport to represent thousands because state school boards across the country have repudiated trying to withdraw the membership. That's why the National School Board Association withdrew its letter. Who brought this to your attention? I'm asking you the question now. Who brought this to your attention?
the question is why. The answer is that we had to enforce violence and threats of violence and go swiftly. I would have hated it to have gotten this letter and then acts of violence occurred in the interim before we were able to.
Okay, Judge,
The only act here is assessing the circumstances. That's all there is here. We can't wait until somebody dies.
Judge,
That's
you
why
keep
we
citing, okay, well, you keep citing media reports. There were 24 incidents in that letter. But as you heard say, almost all of them were non-violent. Were not media reports. Said earlier. Okay, what other reports that you saw about potential violence in school boards were you basically looking
I don't recall them specifically, but I have now again seen since that time people that they're repeating what they said before.
But that's all post talk. It's all after the fact. It doesn't go to your mind. Your mind on that. Who brought this memo to you?
I got nobody brought it.
Someone had to bring it to your attention. Hey, Judge, we're about to sick the feds.
So no one said we're about to sick the feds.
Someone brought this.
That's not an
Was this an initiative of this
This memorandum was went through the normal processes within the department. I worked on it myself.
Someone is a proponent. Someone was a proponent. I bet you didn't write first draft of this. Where did it come from? Did it come from this
First draft, but I did work on this memorandum. It represents my views. It represents the reading of the
Did it come from beneath your designs?
I'm not going to discuss
This is Matt Clapper's.
I'm not going to discuss the internal workings of the Justice Department. This memorandum reflects my view, and I stand behind it.
Are you aware of the conversations between members of your Department of Justice and the White House leading up to that letter?
I asked for, there were no conversations with me. Sure, there were conversations. It's perfectly appropriate that the White House receives a letter calling for law enforcement response across the board, not with respect to a specific case.
They're gonna need everybody they can
The
get
White
to
House
put up
had
with the red
conversations
tape and
with
the
the
paper.
Justice
Are you aware of
Hey, why
conversations?
don't you kill every last job?
I was never in jail.
And
And
infringe
the
on
members of the
every
School Board
last gun.
Association.
No. This was in Chesterfield. I mean Crestwood, not Chesterfield, Crestwood. Fundraising. You just got to stand behind the bars, get your picture taken.
Well, I bet we're going to find out if the word it doesn't happen now. It'll happen in 15 months. The Republicans are in charge.
Well, there's nothing wrong with there being such conversations. Let me be clear again. This is not a request to.
I want to know if
investigate
my
any
oldest
particular
daughter's
person
alive.
Or prosecute any particular person. In the same way you asked me to worry about violence.
I want to know if that middle child
Wait a
fell in
minute.
the toilet yet.
worry about violence in the streets. Same way, they're perfectly appropriate for the White House or any
Because
other
you know
organization
she blind.
to urge me to worry about election threats. There's nothing that I knew about this organization to suggest that it was in any way partisan. It's a national school board association.
This is a
I
boy.
certainly never, in my mind, viewed that as a partisan organization.
9 pounds, 3 ounces. I want to know if this little shithead's kid's alive.
Because they didn't repudiate.
Oh, here I am having a baby.
But their concerns are about safety in schools and about violence, and this is a core concern of justice.
Oh, when I can't see if my children are all right,
Thank you.
you got hardcore violence.
3 minutes.
We can go in that direction. That's how pathetic it all is. Thank you.
You're pathetic.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Blame it.
Attorney General.
Dadgummit.
Deeply concerning.
Nobody wants to talk about a scarab.
Of a true threat of violence.
Nobody wants to talk about a
If I'm
scarab.
understanding this correctly, and I've been here for most of this
Nobody
hearing,
wants to talk about a scarab.
But
What about a meteorite?
he didn't do any independent research outside of receiving the September 29th National School Board Association letter. Now, one of the things I find like perplexing, quite troubling, this came in, sent on September 29th. I believe that was a Wednesday. Following Monday, just
Don't
days
talk
later,
about
just
roast beef
barely
now.
over a weekend, you responded with your memo, relying on the SBA. Now, I submit as a member of the Judiciary Committee with oversight responsibility of the department, I submit requests for information all the time. It takes time. I understand that sometimes it takes months to get a response back. I'm always grateful when I do get a response back, especially when it's a response to meaningful information.
I read if I want.
People are busy, they've got a lot of stuff.
Fine.
But if one association can send one letter
I know how to talk country.
without any independent research on your part, and with
Look, it's one of those birds
barely over a weekend,
over in the Illinois, Missouri side.
but an action memo signed by the Attorney General of the United States,
I think it was a glacier.
I think that makes me really uncomfortable. especially
Great
when
River
the
Road.
School Board Association, as I understand it, or those associated with it, have publicly stated that they've been coordinating with officials at the White House on this for weeks. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't seem right to me. Now, last week,
That's
two
the
of our
First Baptist Church
counterparts
across the street.
Counterpart Judiciary Committee. Asked you a little bit about the number of people entering the United States illegally. About 1.3 million
We have a school in there.
have entered the United States illegally this year.
We
That's
have a
lot.
church
That's a lot
in
of people.
there.
Of those 1.3 million, I'm quite confident, based on my own past experience as a federal prosecutor, I'm quite confident that some non-insignificant portion of them will
Slow
have
down.
previously been deported. And as you know, under 8 U.S.C. section 1320,
Swimming suit.
federal offense, illegal re-entry after previous deportation. Since they've asked you about that, have you had a chance to identify how many prosecutions have been brought for illegal re-entry this year? And I'd be curious about that. And I'd also be curious as to whether there's anything analogous to your October 4th memo, anything.
Look at this poor guy.
Got over illegal re-entry.
I'm looking for a couple weirdos.
On that question, the 1.3 million are arrests, I think, made by CBP. They are referred, they are.
I give you the dull look.
Customs and Border Patrol makes a decision about whether to put those people into removal proceedings or to refer them to the Justice
I
Department.
know when somebody was sleeping in
We
that
have,
attic, they
this
saw
year,
that paper.
Charged thousands of cases.
The
thousands
walkover
of cases,
off the high dive,
with respect to violations.
Bell
of
Fountain Park.
laws with respect to crossing the border. I don't have the exact number. We can get you that exact number. But the number
I
is
got a
1,000.
black Santa
But things
Claus.
expired.
Not here.
Express the concern because when the department becomes focused on things, they're not. part
No,
of the
they're
business.
leaving.
Family,
We're
harassing,
staying.
Intimidating moms and dads in America.
You ain't kicking me out of my
They
state.
express their concerns to their neighbors, their friends, and those who represent them on the school board.
Well, you better
Focus on
call
things that only the federal government
Joseph Panoski Sr.
the dangerous offensibility of immigration generally. The tickets, Senator Cruz and
Hey, that Jen will tag Katie. Redhead. Long story.
School Boards Association request for intervention.
I just
from
heard
federal
ass.
Agencies and law enforcement and other concerns.
No, I wasn't.
Hello, this
Yeah.
is the
You got to be
IIAP, the
silly.
Illegal Immigration Assistance Program. Attached to
I'm
the
American.
of Oakland. For Spanish, press 1. Portuguese, 2. Arabic, 3. Farsi, 4. French, 5. Swahili, 6. German, 7.
That's
Italian,
right.
8. And if you insist on English, please stand by. If you think about illegal immigration, be careful when you're choosing the nation. Breaking the law in some countries is frowned upon. A natural thing. Sneak into China, they'll call you a spy. Ship you to Mongolia till you die. And in the
They call me a Russian spy.
You wrote in on. Yeah, don't go hiking and enter Iran, or you might never be heard from again. And in Mexico, you might face a firing squad. Yeah, forget all about going to North Korea. That's a great example of a bad idea. So when it comes down to it, there's only one option you got. Yeah, come to the USA. There's no penalty to pay. Should you get caught illegally immigrating? Come to the USA. It will be your lucky day, cause if you get in, there's lots of goodies waiting. Like healthcare, welfare, free education,
Presumably,
help with your voter registration and driver's license, and credit cards and license plates for your
You don't even want to know about this room, do you?
to and employers who turn a blind eye to. Come to the USA. No need to worry about the Constitution. We'll help you start a house of prostitution. If that's the kind of work that you want to do. You see, those gringo infidels are crazy. They'll give citizenship to your new
That's
baby.
this
So you
one.
see, there's really only one choice for you. Come to the USA. There's no penalty to pay. Should you
What
get
magic
caught?
ball sack did this one come out of? Big old head.
Come to the USA. It will be your lucky day. Cause when you get in, there's lots of goodies waiting.
See, not the same shape head.
Yeah, you get public housing and cable TV and food stamps and even
No, they're using my
government
cable.
cheese. The borders are a swinging door. Go home for a visit and come back for more. There's sanctuary and amnesty. Bring the whole family eventually. Yeah, come to the USA.
Can you believe they say I wasn't born a woman?
Dedicated to the collapse of the American way of life. Yeah.
People saying I wasn't born a female. I mean, what kind of crap is that?
The Justice Department protects that kind of debate. The only thing we're concerned about, Senator, is violence.
Female.
Violence against school officials.
Now here we have two real pioneers embarking upon a new career, capitalizing on this global warming hype. Yeah, they're the ones that brought you the left-handed hammer and tried to market a recycled pamper. You could say the Gulliver brothers have always been the entrepreneurial type. But this next harebrained gullible venture could be earmarked as the major clincher as to whether or not they'll be living it up in their retirement age. They put all they had into one bankroll, bought a bunch of land down at the South Pole, eagerly awaiting the impending doom of climate change. Thereby being in the catbird seat in New Florida. And I'm also working hard to keep this planet clean.
See, they stole my name by changing it.
Sense to me, but if you insist on buying,
How many ways can you spell Scott?
I know a couple of guys who wheel and deal in frozen farms.
law enforcement.
Next up on the Real Estate Show, we have the Gullible Brothers, live via satellite from the east coast of Antarctica. Hello, boys. Are you on the line?
I'm Barry Gullible. This is my younger brother, Justice Gullible. Thanks for having us on the show.
You bet. What actually do you have available as a way of land?
We got this beautiful home sites available, which ocean front one side smells a little bit. And you should, God, it's cold. And now we've got
That's
this beautiful
Chesterfield.
farm or inland.
It's on farmland.
About 40 feet of this snow.
Cold day in hell.
I'm all working hard to keep this planet clean. But man-made global warming just don't make no sense to me. But if you insist on buying into this beauty,
That's the technology heating
I
everything up.
know a couple of guys who wheel and deal in frozen farms.
Well, boys, what's the weather like down there? Sounds cold.
Well, it's not too bad. They say 62
I could
below.
build a fire.
Wind chills is 100 below, but spirits are high. We've been told it's definitely going to rise in a little while. This record is 7 feet of snow, and but Al Moore said it's going to be okay. Oh, Lord. Well, Justice, run. Here comes a total band. I'm also working hard just to keep this planet clean. But man-made global warming just don't make no sense to me. But if you insist on buying into this media false alarm, I know a couple of guys who wheel and deal in frozen farms.
Well, we'd just like to thank the Gullibles for joining us today. Barry Gullible, any last words for those who may be looking to relocate once the rest of the world floods?
Oh
my goodness. Okay, Justice, how about you? Sure.
I can't feel my feet.
multi-million-dollar bill for someone that lied under oath to government officials.
The assessment made by the litigators was that the bill to the taxpayers would be higher if we didn't resolve the matter as it was resolved.
You bored.
It was the night before Christmas. And I'd gone to bed late. Lord only knows how much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I must take note that as we're having this discussion today,
Christmas
the
Eve,
Attorney General is in Senate, and he was just asked by Senator Grassley, given his testimony in the House, that there was no basis for his decision to create the school board task force in the absence of the letter from the National School Board Association. And given the National School Board Association's apology and retraction of that letter, would the Attorney General be dissolving the school board task force? Astonishingly,
Bob on a
which
job.
kind of gives up the game. This was never about safety for educators or school board members. It was all about chilling parents' participation in the decision-making process, and that they were aggrieved by a decision-making process that often embraces science as reactionary, that pushes critical race theory, which
You may be
causes
changing name of the salon.
hate each other as a
Out of
consequence of
the
the skin
business
color or the skin color of the other students or the other professional staff who work in our schools. Speaking of children, it certainly seems there hasn't been an adequate response to the argument that Mr. Massey made earlier in the debate that if this law were enacted, it would be a disincentive for people to seek mental health. We don't want to live in a country where
This could be the trial
needs to
of the
access
century. There's over 10 billion instances of unlawful entry. Christmas Eve, I think that Cyrus was arrested. And not only for the things they claim he did. Christmas Eve, I think that Santa was arrested.
That could be Tim Pratt too.
For being a poor role model for kids.
My ex weirdo It's 5'11" and a half.
And he's grossly overweight, and he only works 1 day a year. Now we all
That's Bob on the job.
and they spur on that suit he wears. We must protect our kids from men like this. Order in the court, said the judge. I've heard enough about his crimes.
In this case,
Clearly, this is a man who is out of step with modern times. But one of those houses he so often entered unlawfully was mine. And therefore, all charges are dismissed. Oh, I woke up to the sound of ho-ho-hoing. Reindeer hoots upon my roof, and it was snowing. And as I watched him fly away, it was the knowing that someday to the enemy of correct, they do speak right. Merry Christmas to all, and to all, Merry Christmas.
So I hope you acknowledge
Thank you. We vacation there. So I say we vacation there.
But we're always blessed to have you. We hope you come frequently and know that there'll be a lot of folks that are utilizing their Second Amendment rights. It'll be honored to keep you safe. The other note that we've heard a lot about is hunting and self-defense. And I would just note that the Second Amendment is not about hunting and it is not about self-defense. Our founders believed to curate the right balance of liberties in our country so that it would never become necessary to engage, God forbid, U.S. troops with firearms from our citizens. But if we maintain a well-armed citizenry, that creates a balance of liberties and it retards a tyrannical government.
Under
from being
martial
able to
law,
deliver
everybody's
enforcement
retarded,
against our
aren't they?
citizens. So I hope we'll understand that historical framework when debating the Second Amendment. If there are those who think we ought to repeal the Second Amendment, that we don't
No, that's
need
not
our
it.
citizenry to maintain liberties, then
It's
let's
rounding
debate
y'all
on those
up.
terms, not with these sort of paper cut assaults on the rights that our citizens enjoy and that I believe are granted quite explicitly in the Constitution. Let's also hope that as the American people evaluate the actions of the Department of Justice, they see that a piece of evidence can be the basis for a policy. That evidence can be debunked, and the policy can persist nonetheless. It harkens back to the Russia hoax, where there was this big lie that Donald Trump was a Russian agent, and then that animated all this activity from the Justice Department that impaired the liberty of Americans. And it seems as though they're continuing on that trend, but now instead of targeting Donald Trump, we're targeting parents who want their kids to show up at school board meetings. The Attorney General made clear today he intends to continue doing so. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Madam President.
The senator from Alaska.
Madam President, a number of us are down on the Senate floor talking about the disastrous Biden administration policy that from day one have sought to increase energy prices and put American workers out of work. How have they been doing that? Well, they're shutting down the production of American energy. They're going after all over the country. They're going after infrastructure, particularly pipelines, not allowing those to be built. They have energy or climate czars, not confirmed by the Senate. John Kerry, we're going to financial institutions in America saying, don't invest in American energy. And then we're hearing reports that John Kerry is going to countries in Asia saying, don't buy American LNG. You can't make this stuff up. And then just 3 days ago in the Washington Post, another story, John Kerry saying to President Biden, hey, we got to be softer on China.
Somebody's
so we can
teasing.
get them to maybe commit a
I
crime.
won't survive till Christmas.
Scott, you can't make this up.
Well, time you up.
The Chinese are mad about us
I'm gonna be
raising
over.
issues about Hong Kong and
Don't
Taiwan.
knock me down.
Slow that down. Get the Communist Party of
I'll
China
be in the other room, Dad.
agree to some empty promise. You can't make this up. So what we're seeing, Madam President, is spiking energy prices at the pump, for working families. And here's the question. everybody should be asking. I hope our friends in the media ask it, certainly in the Biden administration. Is this intentional? Are you really trying to drive up energy prices to hurt working families? Well, my view is I think the answer is yes. The president had a town hall last week. He seemed to not have a clue about a bunch of issues, but particularly on energy prices. And then just yesterday, there was an article about how Gina McCarthy was quoted as saying there will be opportunities with these high energy prices. Quote, soaring commodity prices stemming from a surge in energy demand and limited supply should accelerate the move to renewables around the world. This is a senior Biden administration official saying, hey, we're actually trying to drive these prices up. Sorry, working families in America. Winter's coming. You're really going to be hurting. So maybe the world will move to renewables. You can't make this up.
Wherever you want it.
To me, this is one of the biggest betrayals of working families and working men and women in U.S. history. An administration coming in on purpose to drive up energy prices. Gina McCarthy says so. Knowing it's going to hurt working families. I wouldn't be surprised if President Biden will be calling on our citizens to wear a Jimmy Carter-style cardigan suit. What they're doing is building back better to the 1970s. High inflation, gas lines, high energy prices, empty shelves, lack of workers, energy producing adversaries like Russia empowered, begging OPEC to produce more oil. That is literally what's going on. Madam President, we have a much better plan. And in the next few weeks, some of my colleagues, Senator Kramer, Senator Lummis, a number of others, we're going to put forward a plan on what's working. We need to build on what's working in America. Let me give you a couple of statistics that matter. Since 2005, the United States has reduced greenhouse gas emissions by almost 15%, more than any other major economy in the world. That is a fact. You don't hear it from President Biden. In fact, the Secretary of Energy thinks we're the sinner. They don't recognize China as producing almost 10 times the amount of greenhouse gas emissions that we are. Estimates are that 100% of the increase in global greenhouse gas emissions are going to come from non-industrialized countries. China, India, others. And yet they're putting all the pain on America. We export and continue to export burning American natural gas, as we currently do, to India, to China, to Korea, to Japan. That could have a huge impact on reducing global greenhouse gas emissions. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be working with others, certain ones of our Democratic colleagues, approach the American energy, jobs, and climate plan that's focused on all of the above energy, using technology, yes, building out the renewable sector in conjunction with our other energy that we currently have, empowering American workers, not giving him and her pay slips, which is the Biden way, enacting reform, knowing that we need other resources like critical minerals that we have in abundance in Alaska and America for the renewable sector, permitting reform so we can bring all energy projects online, oil, gas, renewable, nuclear, all of the above. That's the power. And of course, using our resources to leverage our foreign policy advantage over our allies. Madam President, as we start rolling out our plan, we need to compare it with the Biden Green New Deal. We need to compare it with the Biden Green New Deal. Let's look at the comparison. What we're going to be doing over here in the blue with our plan, and what the president and his team, no offense to some of my colleagues, led by a number of them on the Green New Deal. We'll create millions of jobs. They're putting in a lot of work as we speak. We have the ability to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. They're going to China to get empty promises from dictators. Not going to work. No matter how much John Kerry kowtows. We're going to restore energy dominance. They want to crush it. We want to invest in manufacturing and other elements that will produce millions of jobs for working class Americans. Right now, they want to rely on China to source everything we have in America. And of course, we want reasonable energy prices. And as I already mentioned, Madam President, Gina McCarthy and others are trying to drive up American energy costs on Americans' backs. So they can go to Europe, drink a glass of wine, and tell them how well they're doing in terms of crushing our energy sector. The American people don't want that. Our plan is what's supported by the American people, not this crazy Green New Deal policies that's hurting many women, particularly working families, energy sector workers, more than any other policy of any administration in the history of the country. I'm glad a number of my colleagues are down here to continue this discussion, and I look forward to participating.
Madam President.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor today in support of our men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line each day to defend our freedoms and our American way of life. Unfortunately, thousands of our heroes are about to lose those very freedoms that they have fought so hard to defend, as Joe Biden's vaccine mandate is threatening them with a dishonorable discharge should they choose to not get the COVID vaccine. Now, let me be clear, as a physician and a veteran, I'm confident the vaccine has saved countless lives, and I encourage every veteran, every American to consider and to discuss with their physician getting that vaccine. I believe vaccinating our service members, though, against the COVID-19 is such a very, very important effort. But deep down inside, I'm still this real doctor from Great Bend, Kansas, and I believe in the sanctity of the physician-patient relationship, and that every one of our situations is unique. A soldier's clinical history is unique. There are pros and cons, there's risk and benefits of taking this vaccine. And each of our soldiers all are using common sense, the common sense that God has given them, and I respect their decisions. This administration should too. Right now, thousands of our service members are not vaccinated. When it comes to our guardsmen and women in Kansas, only 58% are fully or partially vaccinated, a number I'm confident would hold true across the remainder of the country. Unfortunately, the policy out of the White House says that one size has to fit all, that there is no exception, even though we know that natural immunity to COVID is the same as, if not more powerful, than the vaccine. We've never asked people, especially military folks, to get a vaccine for a virus they're already immune to, or a virus that doesn't affect them. It just doesn't make sense. Because of Joe Biden's vaccine mandate, thousands of American heroes are going to be separated from the service, and they're going to perhaps be given a dishonorable discharge. Mr. President, I want to make sure this body and the American people understand exactly what the significance of a dishonorable discharge is. Soldiers will lose access to medical benefits from the VA. They'll lose access to home loans from the VA. They'll lose access to the GI Bill for further education. They'll potentially lose their right to vote in some states. They'll lose their Second Amendment rights and access to ammunition. They'll lose military funeral honors. They'll lose the ability to re-enlist in another branch of military, and they'll have an extremely difficult time finding employment. Getting a dishonorable discharge may be the worst check mark you can get in your life. Truly a scarlet letter. These sort of repercussions sound like they should be reserved for felons. But no, this is what Joe Biden wants to hand down to our service members. This is insulting, and we must put a stop to it. For these reasons, I introduced legislation, the COVID-19 Vaccine Dishonorable Discharge Prevention Act, to prohibit the Department of Defense from dishonorably discharging American heroes who choose to not receive a COVID-19 vaccine. There's no question about it. American heroes should not be treated as felons because of their personal medical choices. This is one of a number of highly important issues for our national security that Leader Schumer and our colleagues across the aisle have to put on hold while they go back and forth on how to spend taxpayers' money on their radical agenda instead of finalizing the NDAA. The annual defense bill is the only authorizing legislation in the Congress that passes every year, 60 years in a row, as a matter of fact. But this now is the fourth latest in history that has been initially brought up for consideration on the Senate floor. Considering the foreign policy disasters this White House has created, one would think delivering a paycheck to our service members and funding to increase our military's lethality would be top of mind. Our troops deserve better, and I'm calling on Leader Schumer to bring the NDAA to the floor. Our American heroes deserve better than this, and we need to get my amendment as soon as possible. I want to thank Senators Cruz, Langford, Tuberville, Kramer, Johnson, Senator Rick Scott, Kennedy, and Senator Wicker for joining me in this important legislation. I look forward to continuing to work with them once we submit it as an amendment to the NDAA. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, American families are hurting, and there's no relief in sight. We're facing skyrocketing inflation, and families are feeling it every time they go to the grocery store. We're facing a supply chain crisis that threatens to deny families the food and the goods that they need. We're facing surging energy prices that are literally burning holes in the wallets of hardworking Americans. Just this week, I drove up from Charlotte, and I was amazed at how much more it took me to refuel my truck about halfway up from Charlotte to D.C. This has gotten so bad that some families are really beginning to rethink their travel plans as we approach the holidays. We're facing a labor shortage crisis, with small businesses and farms across the country struggling to fill jobs. Even as they raise the potential salaries, the people are simply not coming. President Biden and his allies in Congress have chosen some interesting ways to respond to these crises. In some cases, they just ignored them. They've been making excuses for others, and they've been making a case that everything will be fine if we just have more government, more spending, and more taxes. That's why for months, President Biden and congressional Democrats have put all their time and energy into crafting a completely partisan $3.5 trillion tax and spending spree. They're spending on left-wing priorities that will result in more debt, more inflation, more dependency on government, and more government intrusion into the lives of all Americans. Equally concerning is how the Democrats want to pay for some of their out-of-control spending. They plan to take $400 billion from taxpayers by monitoring and auditing their bank accounts. Democrats want to turn your bank or your credit union, that small bank around the corner, and some
For real? This is the only Q I ever knew. It was a husky. It's a terrible story. And a girl named Sue knew all about it. This isn't Papa Doc, it's Mama Kitty. This is the worst father on the face of the planet. The guy that's guilty on many counts. Oh yeah, he stole my credit score too. What's the IRS going to do about that? Or how about taking my own name off my DBA Hair Emporium? Well, between 92 and 96. And then he replaced it with his name, his social, and I get mail to this house, even though he's never lived here. Tim Pratt, President, the Hair Emporium.
This overreach. And I imagine many of my Democrat colleagues have heard from their constituents as well. So it's not surprising they went back to the drawing board. Since the $600 transaction wasn't selling, they came up with a new proposal. And it was a total of $10,000 in transactions that would trigger an IRS reporting requirement. But you can't be fooled by this sleight of hand. It'll subject nearly every American
with a
and a
job
personal guide
to the
world
same
of
IRS scheme.
Sign up for YouTube Music
Consider
Premium
the
for
average
33
American
months.
makes a little bit more than $60,000 in annual expenditures. Yet Democrats have the audacity to claim that this plan is really just targeted to the wealthy. I don't know many hairdressers, plumbers, and painters, or Uber drivers who are billionaires, but I do know that they make over $10,000 a year. And they will be subject to the same scheme because of the way they make their income. Now, these hardworking Americans who've done nothing wrong could have their personal income sent directly to the IRS. And let's be clear, this additional information won't even provide the IRS with direct evidence of tax noncompliance. Instead, it would give the IRS, and keep in mind, 80,000 more IRS employees, roughly twice of doubling the number of people working in the IRS, to go on a taxpayer-funded fishing investigation designed to rummage through individual Americans' finances in the hope of finding noncompliance. We don't let police enter someone's house without a warrant in the hopes they can find something illegal. And we certainly should not provide this kind of power to the IRS. And what will happen when a hardworking hairdresser or plumber or carpenter who's already struggling to make ends meet get a letter from the IRS alleging that they owe more taxes? They don't have an army of tax lawyers and accountants like billionaires do. They'll have to try and take on the IRS themselves, and that's a losing proposition. The IRS reporting plan is not about catching tax cheats and making sure billionaires are paying their taxes. It's about shaking down middle-class Americans to pay for the Democrats' tax and spending spree, plain and simple. Burning them with more bureaucracy and giving them yet another thing they have to worry about, in addition to rising inflation, energy prices, and supply chain shortages. Mr. President, I was talking with one of my staff this week about my own personal situation and what I think happens every day in this country. You have somebody that's struggling to pay their bills. I had a family member many years ago came to me and said they needed if I would give them a loan so that they could make ends meet. They worked in construction, they had a project coming due, but they had a cash flow problem. So I made them a loan, like so many people do for their friends and family members. Well, depending upon the size of that gesture, it could suddenly be a reportable transaction to the IRS. What is an IRS compliance agent going to do? They're going to call you up and say, well, you didn't report that as income. And then the person's going to say, well, it was a loan. And then the IRS agent's going to say, well, where was the document? It was with a brother or an uncle or a cousin. We shook hands and I promised to pay them back. Those are the kinds of things that are going to happen if this IRS task transaction reporting goes into place. That's why I recently joined with Senator Tim Scott and dozens of my Republican colleagues to introduce legislation that will prevent the Biden administration from the IRS from implementing their surveillance plan. It's wrong, it's an overreach, and it's not going to work. But the easiest solution is for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to simply drop this misguided IRS reporting scheme. Tax and spend policies have already made life harder for middle-class Americans. Americans are struggling from the impact of COVID, from the impact of inflation, from energy shortages, and so many uncertainties we've experienced over the past couple of years. The last thing they need is to have the IRS with an army of tens of thousands of IRS agents prying into their bank accounts and causing more confusion, more frustration, and more heartache at the worst possible time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Objection. Mr. President, it's another day and another really bad idea coming from the Democrats on the reckless tax and spending spree. It seems like that to fund this massive amount of spending, they're trying desperately to come up with new revenue sources. So much so that as of yesterday, still in consideration was a tax on unrealized gain, in other words, income that people haven't received yet. And to just put that into perspective, if carried to its full conclusion, that became the precedent as part of tax policy in this country. It never has been before. You could put it in terms of people to understand. A lot of people participate in 401k or some sort of retirement plan from their employer, that if there was a gain in a particular year, say that the total value of their portfolio of assets that are in that retirement plan, in that 401k, went up by 20%, they could be taxed on that 20%, even though they haven't received the income yet. That's what is being talked about here in terms of the precedent. Never before has that been attempted or tried or implemented in American history, where you would actually have a tax on income before people actually ever receive the income. And of course, if you carry that to its natural conclusion, as we all know, markets go up, markets go down. If you had a year where your total value went down by 20%, then what? You get a refund from the federal government? My understanding is that they would offer some sort of a tax credit in a case like that if you had a year when you had losses. But I mean, just think about the precedent that would establish, Mr. President, what that could mean for the American people if at some point the government literally could tax you on income that you hadn't received yet. That's the latest really horrible idea, which I think is being shot down by Democrats because they recognize what a horrible idea that is. But it's a good example of the desperate lengths to which Democrats are trying to come up with new ways to fund this reckless tax and spending spree that they seem to be insistent on trying to force through Congress with an evenly divided Senate and evenly divided House of Representatives. Hard to imagine that you could do something that radical, but this entire proposal is that radical, which is why they're having such a hard time getting even people on their own in their own caucuses to agree to it. Mr. President, 2 years ago, Democrats introduced their original Green New Deal resolution. While the guiding principle of the Green New Deal was climate change and energy, Democrats didn't limit themselves to these issues. They outlined a radical, comprehensive socialist revamping of our society, with the federal government inserting itself in nearly every aspect of American life. And while Democrats haven't advanced one all-inclusive bill to implement their Green New Deal, probably because of the absolutely staggering price tag for a comprehensive piece of legislation like that, the Green New Deal's socialist vision has rapidly become an organizing principle of the Democratic Party. For proof, look no further than the tax and spending spree Democrats are contemplating with its massive expansion of government and radical climate agenda. Mr. President, one major problem with Democrats is that they never seem to fully consider the cost of their legislation, whether it's the actual dollar amount or other costs their proposals might impose. And nowhere is that more true than with Democrats' tax and spending spree. Mr. President, I spent a lot of time on the floor talking about things like the way this bill will further drive up inflation and the dangers it poses for economic growth. Today, I want to address some of the costs of the bill's Green New Deal-esque energy provisions, starting with the cost to American families. Mr. President, we know some energy prices are increasing due to the rising demand from the lows of the pandemic. Yesterday's average price for a gallon of gas was $3.38. That's compared to an average price of $2.16 per gallon 1 year earlier. Meanwhile, natural gas prices recently hit a 7-year high, and there are mounting concerns about supply. Americans are paying a lot more to drive their cars, to heat their homes, and to cook their food. The high cost of gasoline and natural gas are two more reasons why Americans are finding that their paychecks don't stretch as far as their days. Mr. President, given the situation, you'd think that finding ways to lower energy costs would be among Democrats' top priorities right now. But you would be wrong. Democrats' tax and spending spree isn't going to lower energy prices. It's going to drive them even higher. The new energy policies that Democrats are considering would drive up the cost of electricity, natural gas, and gasoline, and subsidize Democrats' preferred technologies with Americans' tax dollars.
K-pop dance tutorial.
And the icing on the cake is that Americans are likely to be paying higher electric costs for possibly worse
uninterrupted.
electric service.
Sign up for YouTube.
A lot of
Premium
Americans are
and get
familiar
all
with
your
the
videos
problems with
ad-free
California's
and
electric
awesome.
grid,
Try
namely
1 month
blackouts.
on us.
Well, Democrats have their way. Americans around the country will be able to enjoy California-style electricity. In other words, expensive and inconsistent electricity delivery along with higher gas prices. Mr. President, this is what I mean when I talk about Democrats not fully considering the cost. Nobody questions that clean energy is a good thing. I've been a strong supporter of clean energy innovation. My state of South Dakota leads the way, whether it's wind energy, biofuels, hydropower, most of the wind, or most of the energy, I should say, generated in the state of South Dakota comes from renewable sources. In 2020, 83% of the electricity generated in my state of South Dakota came from renewable sources. But clean energy policies need to be realistic, practical for each region of the country. We have to, for example, understand that we're not yet at the point, innovation-wise, where we can rely mostly on intermittent renewable sources to power electric grids. We need reliable baseload power from sources like clean natural gas and nuclear. Additionally, forcing older electric plants to close before the end of their remaining useful life, especially the most modern and efficient ones, will strand those assets. Our utilities make long-term investments, and when they can't recoup those facility investments, they pass the cost on to consumers. Overreaching clean energy policies that place heavy burdens on working families are unacceptable. Wealthy Democrat politicians and the wealthy donor class that supports them may not have to worry much if they have to spend more on their electric bill or an extra $20 to $25 filling up their gas tanks. But that's a big deal, Mr. President, to a family on a budget, especially when that family is also dealing with the increased price of food and other basics. Thanks to inflation and other pressures on gas prices, Americans are already having to spend a lot more money to fill their gas tanks. And the Democrats' tax and spending spree, many working families would end up unable to fill their gas tanks when they need to diminish oil and gas sectors. Maybe that's the goal of some of the more extreme members of the Democrat Party. But it's not unacceptable. Mr. President, working families are likely to have a tough time thanks to the energy provisions in Democrats' tax and spending spree. Wealthy families, they could do a little better, should do a little better. Not only are they more likely to be able to afford increases in the price of electricity and gas, but they will also be able to claim a tax credit from the federal government if they want to purchase an expensive electric vehicle. Democrats' tax and spending spree will offer tax credits of up to $12,500 for the purchase of an electric car or truck, with the biggest credit naturally going to those who purchase union-made vehicles. That's right. Only electric vehicles produced at facilities under a union-negotiated collective bargaining agreement will be eligible for the $4,500 plus-up if you take the credit up to $12,500. And anyone making up to $400,000 a year will be able to claim this credit. That's right. Under Democrats' legislation, you can be making nearly $500,000 a year and still receive a substantial tax break for the purchase of an electric car. Meanwhile, more accessible and readily available clean energy technologies, notably biofuels, take a back seat in this bill. Electric vehicles are Democrats' chosen winners in the transportation sector, no matter how practical they may still be for a lot of working Americans. Speaking of impractical, if you want an electric bike to go along with your electric car, Democrats will also give you a tax credit for that as well. Yes, Democrats' bill contains a tax credit for electric bicycles, a credit that would go to bicycles that can cost up to $8,000. Or maybe it's just me, but if you can afford an $8,000 electric bike, I'm not sure you need a tax credit for it from the federal government. Also, while electric bicycles may have their appeal in urban and maybe some suburban communities, they're a completely impractical option for most individuals in the state of South Dakota.
When you live 20 miles away from the nearest grocery store, an electric bicycle is not going to be your vehicle of choice. And I'm pretty sure that South Dakota agricultural producers will back me up when I say that electric bicycles are not going to be much use for getting out and check the fences in the far quarters of the ranch. However, I got to say, tax credits for electric bicycles are far from the most wasteful use of government money this way. That honor might have to go to the new tax credit for higher education institutions for teaching environmental justice programs. That's right. I'm sure Americans would be relieved to know the Democrats are planning to create a new tax credit for higher education institutions, including Ivy League schools and other well-funded universities, so that they can teach courses on environmental justice, whatever that is. You would think colleges that charge students tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in tuition could perhaps afford to fund their own environmental justice program. But again, I guess you'd be wrong. And then there's the $3 billion the bill provides for free equity. Free equity. Now, I support and encourage the planting of trees, and I've introduced a straightforward bill to rapidly expand tree planting across the country without any federal spending. But I'm fairly sure the federal government cannot afford to spend $3 billion on tree equity, especially when Democrats need to save money for their civilian climate corps, a new government program to provide government jobs and subsidize housing to climate activists. So much more. Mr. President, the word is that Democrats will soon be releasing a new version of their tax and spending spree. And I can only hope that it will be less extreme than the current version. Because if the bill's current Green New Deal-esque energy provisions go into effect, Americans are going to be looking at a future of higher energy costs, diminished energy resources, and weakened energy efficiency. Not to mention a lot of wasted taxpayer dollars. Once again, Mr. President, it's abundantly clear that the Green New Deal is a battery for American families. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
In the previous order, Senate will resume consideration of the Nakbana.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming back. As you know, we've been doing these roundtables every single day. And the purpose of them is to understand what is in these bills that the Democrats have for reconciliation. Because if you go back to what Pelosi said years ago, you have to pass it in the Senate. And it's the same thing that's happening right now. But if people understood what were in these bills, they would never pass. But one of the issues that I really want to talk about today, we've had some great policy discussions earlier that the Democrats have been pushing. But what they've been pushing so far has been making life more expensive. And there's nothing that's becoming more expensive than gasoline today. And it doesn't have to be the case. And when gasoline becomes more expensive, the people that it truly hurts, those that are less fortunate, those that have less money. And it literally takes food out of their children. It takes the ability away for them to go to Disneyland and others. And for those who work and travel, especially for myself in the Central Valley, it's disproportionate punishment. But the other thing that is happening here, why the price of gasoline for the first time in the last 7 years to hit an average of about $3 a gallon, coming away from California, there's places that hit $7. It's averaging for $4.50. And that's a real hurt, especially with what they have done with inflation and everything else that they're purchasing. So everything's becoming more expensive. As we look to Thanksgiving coming up, this is going to be the most expensive Thanksgiving in history for Americans. But the real challenge that's happening here is it doesn't have to be. It's the policies of this new administration. It's being compounded inside this reconciliation bill. And what that means to my district, to your district, to others, people are out of work. They're getting jobs to end because you look at the policies of the crushing new cost of domestic producers, shutting down federal lands. That hurts the schools of the Mexico and everywhere else. So what I would really like to see, and I watched the president just on CNN,
was asked this question. And Biden says that higher prices could last for a while. He told CNN, I don't have a near-term answer. It's going to be hard. Well, it's not hard because America can be energy independent. And when America is energy independent, not only are the gas prices lower, but it's better for our environment. But the other part is the world is safer and more people are working. We're more prosperous as we go through. But we've got a number of members here today that have a lot of different pieces of legislation. I know, Garrett, you have a bill to improve the NEPA permitting process. Yvette, you've got a bill to require congressional approval to prohibit new fossil fuel production leases. Pete Stoller's in. He has a bill to create common sense reforms on the permitting process for critical mineral projects that are really what we need as we walk through. So a lot of the Republican solutions to unlock this problem going forward, but our biggest challenge right now is this bill will compound some of the ideas of coming out of the Biden administration. We've watched in such a short time where prices get higher. We watched the president stop a pipeline, but allow Russia to have a pipeline. We've watched, and Garrett Gray's been great about this, we've watched the Democrats where they fight our ability to have pipelines. Now, on the East Coast, they're bringing Russian natural gas to America. Okay, that's not just jobs. You know what it means if you want to talk to the environment? And Garrett's told me many times before, American natural gas is 42% cleaner than Russian natural gas. We should not only be supplying it to America, we could supply it to the world because we're sort of dependent on all of this. And we've got a lot of people up on Zoom, from Aaron with the president of Robinson Oil, Dave Knorr, who is my dear friend, who is mayor of Taft. He has a crane service business, but he has been in the energy business for quite some time, and he's got a great story. It's gone viral where these environmentalists came into the community, and they had like this blimp or balloon thing out there, and he went out and just debated them on the issue. You know, everything that they use about petroleum is in there. And he's just been such a great leader. We've got Scott Daniel with Young Commercial Transfer. He's actually a constituent of mine. Ray Miller, the mayor, with Yvette. Mila and Emmons are going to be here as well. So what I'd like to do is let's go around the room here. You all have been leaders on this subject. Let's talk a little bit, have a discussion. Let's open it up for those who are on Zoom as well. And then we've got press in the room too, and we'll take some questions. But Garrett, let's start off with you. You've been a leader in this.
We're seeing record gasoline prices, we're seeing record prices to heat and cool our homes. Everything that we're experiencing right now was predicted, and it could have been prevented. California is one state that the governor there has tried to lean forward on these climate issues. Look at what we've seen. We've seen some of the greatest growth of emissions. We've seen some of the highest prices, including gasoline prices, averaging between $1.50 and $1.80, higher per gallon than in my home state per gallon. Electricity rates higher, most dependent state on foreign energy, least reliable grid. Why in the world would you take a record like that and say, oh, we're going to apply this to the other 49 states? Meanwhile, our own White House is out there saying we're going to shut down pipeline projects in the United States, which I remind you, National Research Council has found the safest way to transport energy, lowest emissions, less opportunity for spills. Shutting down pipelines in the United States only to treat Russia differently and say, no, Vladimir Putin, we're going to facilitate you building the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Shutting down energy production in the states that we all represent in the United States, yet turning to countries like Russia, Venezuela, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and asking through this OPEC plus request, our very own White House, asking them to produce more energy. So our request here is ultimately, treat us like you're treating other countries. Allow us to produce our own energy solutions right here in the United States. Allow us to use our own pipeline resources right here in the United States, where we have less dependence upon foreign energy sources. We can use our own resources here that are proven to be clean, and we'll have less expensive prices. So all of this is preventable. We're just asking us to treat America like you're treating other countries.
Yvette, you represent New Mexico. New Mexico is an energy producing state, but it's also on federal land. And when the president came in and stopped the ability to have leases on the federal lands, it not only just hurt the jobs,
but it hurt your schools for the royalties and the revenues. But you've been such a fighter on this.
Well, and it's true. I mean, New Mexico is kind of a checkerboard, if you will, of property. And most of our drilling, in fact, over 50% of our oil and over 60% of our natural gas comes off of federal land. So, of course, we've got state land, private land. But this is huge for New Mexico. Over 40% of our state budget relies heavily on the oil and gas industry. But it's not just the budget. And what I think people, they don't really think about too often, and I'm sure the mayor of Arteche can speak to this, but these are communities. We have two of the biggest oil producing counties in the country. And this setback for them, it just proves that this government is unsustainable as it relates to making good decisions when it comes to energy. Because as you just said, Gary,
I don't
it
like
is,
your
we're
attitude.
not treating our business owners, we're not treating the American producer or the employee as we are other nations. And that just simply makes people not want to invest in the energy when we know for a fact that they can produce it cleaner.
Let's start again, right?
Than any other country. And yet here we're going to put ourselves at the risk of buying energy from our adversaries. It makes no sense at all. But I really am excited about the kids in our state. You know, I just recently spoke to the seniors at Arteche High School. They get it. I mean, their parents are employed in the industry. You know, it's hotels, it's restaurants, it's the schools. It's just a ripple effect. And I think these are also the things that we need to be talking about more openly, because it's not just one industry. It's one industry plus thousands of.
I know where you're at over on St. Louis Street, in that brothel.
Now, Stephanie, you just got elected.
No, it's by the train
You were in a
tracks.
campaign telling people what would happen if the Democrats were successful and won, and you want to see based on taking the Democrats. Much of your campaign, I remember watching.
What, a cotton mortuary? I don't think so.
Workers in the oil field, this has been their way of life. This is what they've been able to produce.
I can't even help
Exactly right.
talking like
I was
this
a state
now.
legislator prior to being elected, and approximately 25% of our state's revenue comes from the oil and gas
Let me
industry.
save this.
So
one.
the
I'll
fees,
inspect it
taxes, and
later.
regulations of this administration
Without
is looking to
everybody around.
impact every single piece of Oklahoma. You know, interestingly enough, in recent years, federal lands have supplied approximately 19% of the natural gas and 22% of the oil for the entire country. So to your point, we were talking earlier about this being a tax on low-income families. When you start pulling that supply, and right now we're going into the winter months where it's going to be cold and we're going to need natural gas, you're going to increase heating costs for every low-income family. So not only are we seeing inflation in groceries and gasoline, but we're going to see it in home heating as well.
Hey, what about
And
this Akbar Mohammed?
What I would consider to be sort of an assault on the industry.
You know him?
Is going to have a rippling effect. And we need to be mindful about looking at how do we address this long term. In Oklahoma, the Oklahoma State University recently opened an innovation center. We're looking at how do we use technology and innovation to actually drive down cost and still protect the environment, because I think we all can agree we want to be mindful of that. That's important, but you can't do it at the expense of every American.
We have lowered our CO2 emissions more than any of the countries combined, and we did that while we were increasing our production to become energy independent. We can have both. And when you do that, the price of gasoline is lower. And in this new bill that they want to go forward, it has arbitrary drilling moratorium on land, it increases fees and royalties, and you already just now have gas, one of its highest levels, that will only go higher than this. Then they go after the ability for critical minerals, royalties, and the ability to develop copper and other mines. I mean, this is one of the things you campaigned on because you watched prior what the Democrat policies did to northern Minnesota.
And we talk about energy independence,
a mining ban, a study, 2-year study, to take mining of the biggest copper nickel find in North America off the grid for 20 years. When we need more of it. If we're going to adapt to alternative sources of energy, we need that filtration. It's an absolute, it gets China's money all the way and we have being the top Republican energy resources. We see this every single thing. Check out brown. You might look like Larry Ford, curly, stranger, but you can't. This is a attack on the middle class. Make no mistake at all. Middle class is more for gas, natural gas, and more for commodities. It's really a result of the blue collar and the union. It's great to go to your barbershop and see the oil being tapped and doing it right. And these are all success stories.
Barber walked in, he is huge, 7 feet tall, 300 pounds, spring steel, raw high.
If you want to reduce
wearing a hard hat, chewing a cigar, had a t-shirt on that said, I hate you.
Done in the United States.
Drew me in the chair, sneered, and said, what'll it be about?
From
now,
the
a lot
United
of people
States,
would be intimidated
it's
in
the best
like
environmental
this.
standards and the highest labor standards in the world.
I am what I
And
am.
this
Play
president
my
is doing
piano, sing my
just
little
the
songs.
opposite.
I looked him right in the eye. I said,
Talked about
I'm a
mining and
logger.
minerals. As a member of the House
This
Armed
doesn't
Services
soothe
Committee, this
the
is actually
organ.
a national
Been
security
chopping
issue at
free.
this point. When you,
Quite possibly
you know,
the toughest
prohibit
man in the
mining
entire
for these
world.
rare earth
Right,
minerals,
he
then you're
gave me
looking
a
at
haircut, and I
reducing
walked
the
out there, my hair
amount
was gone.
of availability for
Big cool
semiconductors,
jacket looked like
microchips, all the
Bill
things that we rely on for every day. That's exactly
Yeah,
Well,
had a
well,
tremendous
well, that's
break
the
up
kind of
and
supply
hit the
chain.
equipment.
Their ships. This is
Now
how
you
we
may
look
think that Butte Montana haircut's the
It's
worst
not just
any man
for-
could ever get.
why are we reading all these comments?
Well,
Why
a
is
few
it
months
that
later, I
about
was
these
in that
prices
state,
are going
drumming
down?
along.
It's because of what's
Foggy
happening
day,
like this
needed
kids.
a haircut,
So they're
stand
more
looked
reliant
like
upon other
old
countries.
soul the clown.
And now
I was
these
looking shaggy, not too good. I
on
put it
energy
on
in
as
America
long as I
prices.
could, Lord. I hate to get a haircut out of town.
I want to turn, we've got a lot of great guests on here.
Well, I walked in, realized
Aaron is president of the Robinson
guy
Oil
was
Corporation. They also own
walls were
a
done
local
in
chain of
black
gas
leather.
stations in the Bay Area. I think of any place that's probably more difficult, it's got to be the Bay Area.
Barber walked in, he had orange hair.
But they're called Rotten Robbie. Aaron, you want to give us a little perspective on what you're seeing, not only from the oil corporation, but from the
Black leather
local
jacket.
chain of gas stations?
Well, I certainly believe that we need to take action towards climate change. I'm not sure if there. Like what I said, the price of fuel is factored in everything. Deliveries, your groceries, your travel. Here in California, we already pay is less. Actually, with carbon credit reduction programs and other things. And so a lot of stations are close to not about $5 a gallon.
I was in the Marine Corps.
We've already seen refineries move out of the city or reduce production. That's well, we spent costs because of the fair amount of supply chain during different times of year. So we believe, pushing oil extraction or steel production outside the U.S. will only kind of exacerbate that problem. We feel we're being pushed very strongly for the electric, and we don't believe the current infrastructure can even support that. Certainly not trade and agriculture. So we really are an industry, certainly in California, that is pretty nervous about
Pushing towards electric, and their bill, they actually increase, so you make $800,000. Government will subsidize electric cars, but only but then they raise the price of for the middle class. They can't afford that expensive electric. But now they can't even afford a new car without price. But it's costing them more for their everyday way of life. I'm sure you're hearing this a lot in your stores. People coming in with fuel.
choir.
Yeah, and there's a lot of concern, either for people in our industry or our customers with how they're going to charge their vehicles, what price. So currently, we post our prices right on every for good or for bad. So it's very transparent what you get charged. When you move into electric, I don't even know what it costs me to have my lights on right this second, but I know what it's going to cost me to put down my car. So, we really have curiosity about that.
He's talking about liquor while with
consumer
music and sex, labels and dancing and music business in general. Then he looked
You know,
down
he
and
happens to
said,
be the
"What do
mayor
you
of the city of Taft, but he also is the
Now
CEO and president of a train service company that he's had. His family
working
owns
bars
business.
and
His
casinos
team started up.
around liquor
What
wild."
I love to say, Taft is actually my district. I come from a
I looked
beautiful
him
part of
right now
California.
and
The
said,
only problem with the
"I
district
run
is
this
it's surrounded.
church for lager.
But Dave, you have just
When
been a
you
leader
get
in
a
this.
haircut, be
You
sure
want to give
to
us some
go
of your
back
perspective?
home. When you
Absolutely,
get a
Kevin.
haircut,
Welcome, everybody.
get a car,
Little background, a little history about the state of California. Just recently, is about 1988. The state of California only imported about 4.5% of all the oil that we consume in our state. Last year, we imported 70%. If you're wondering what happens when you give up energy independence, that's what's going on. We raised this great big green flag. We're going green. We're saving the environment. Yet the state of California itself imports almost 60% of all the oil produced in Ecuador. That's in the Amazon rainforest portion of Ecuador. The Chinese are actually producing the oil for the NOC in Ecuador and then selling it to California. We willingly buy it. We are financing the destruction of the Amazon rainforest in that basin. The Amazon basin that used to be a carbon sink that has now become a net emitter of carbon dioxide.
We know it.
And our policies within the state of California are responsible for gas prices. It's not raw materials. I own a house in Bullhead City. I was there last weekend. At the end of my street, in Bullhead City, I paid $2.92 a gallon for diesel fuel. They don't produce a lot of oil in Arizona, and they don't refine any of it. Across the Colorado River into Needles, California, that same $2.92 a gallon diesel fuel was $5.87 a gallon. Right here in the city of Taft, in Kern County, which once was the largest oil and gas producing county in the continental United States, right down the street, the price of diesel is 160% of what I paid last weekend in Arizona. Now, the negative costs and implications of the additional costs aren't just borne by the poor, because believe me, the great transition, the just transition to renewables is going to be paid by people's discretionary income. So whether it's my budget, and I'm not poor, but I'm not financially challenged, or somebody who is, it doesn't matter. When you think about the average family in the United States of America, they have a house to pay for, and they have a car and car insurance and health insurance and somebody's braces. Well, in the end,
has made more big
what's left over, their discretionary income, is what's going to fund this Green New Deal. It's what's happening right now in the state of California. And here again, part of the hypocrisy of all of it is, on July the 30th, the governor of the state of California instructed the California Department of Water to enter into contracts with General Electric to lease 5 more 30 megawatt turbines to produce electricity powered by natural gas. So since 1990,
and since
the state of California has installed thousands of gigawatts of both wind and solar energy capacity from an annual basis. We have registered over 700,000 plug-in vehicles. We've installed over 1 million solar roofs. The average mileage of all vehicles gone up about 25%. So all that low-hanging fruit is gone, and during the course of that same time period, California has lowered their oil consumption by 6%.
Predicted the dot-com crash in 2000
with all of that cost and all of that work.
And he has also served in our
the fantasy that's being pushed that this transition, this elimination of oil and gas is going to take place over the course of a decade or 5 decades. It's just that. It's a fantasy, and fantasy does not fund government.
Mayor,
Our
you
world
may
is
want to
getting crazy.
brief everybody
Is
too
that
about
fair to say?
the governor
Crazy
came
is
out.
one word for it. Yes, and that's definitely.
We had a
much-
natural, almost
and for many
affecting
people,
oil
life
spill that
is
bubbled
going
up
to
because of the
get
pressure.
much more
And we
crazy
spent a
than
little
we
time with
can.
him, but just
For investors, as you
educating him on
said,
places.
it can
And
be
this is
very
a
good
concern I have because
know
they
what's
don't
happening
really know
prepare or
all
very bad
that goes into
before it's
production,
right.
the
Well, given
security
your
and the
track
safety of
record,
what we
Jeff,
provide,
I would encourage
but
you to pay
also
close
what this
attention because
petroleum
chances
production
are listening to you
produces more than
means
just
that it's gonna
gasoline.
work out very good for them.
Tell us a little about the
Well,
story
I
of
am
seeing him.
certainly proud of our work.
Okay, yes, sir.
I'd like to
Like I said, Kevin, we met out there outside of Kingsford, California. There was a surface expression. There was some oil and produced water coming to the surface. And it was a big enough news story that the governor decided he needed to witness that for himself. And I spoke with Senator Grove about the fact he was coming to McKittrick. She said she was too busy to make the appointment, so asked that I go, which I did. Now, they wouldn't let me in the news conference because I wasn't accredited media on the invitation list. For heaven's sakes, the last thing you want is somebody asking a question of the governor that he has no idea
To be
what the
fair,
answer was.
this
So
is not just
after the news
you saying,
conference,
I mean,
his
even President Biden
security
seems concerned about
detail
that.
took me to the back of the school and I met with the governor for about 15 minutes. And when I asked him, he said, "Well, Mayor, what do you want to talk about?" And I said, "Well, sir, I've been in this industry for 4 decades. I know what is going on, but I want to know is what did you see today?" And he started talking about, well, I learned that there's different kinds of oil. I didn't know there was heavy oil that sat on the surface and light oil that permeated the ground. I didn't know you could recover it. But a lot of what he said was what he did not know. And I told the
all on
governor
the
that.
same page.
That's the governor. Ignorance is not an insult, sir. It just simply means you haven't been exposed to the facts.
Amazon, Apple,
And I'm here
Electric,
to expose
wow,
you to the facts. I will help connect the dots for you so
But now,
you
what are they
understand the
all
reality of
separated
the
on?
industry, whether it's local,
Secondly,
regional,
how can our
statewide,
viewers out there at home
industry-wide, or
themselves on the
global.
right side of this crisis?
But I am here for you. And he picked out his phone and he said, "Look, Mayor, I've got your contact information on my phone." The senator sent it to me and I said, "Well, sir, that's your free ticket to the truth. You've got a whole staff that will fact check everything that I present you and feel free to do it." And then Kevin, a real funny story about what happened subsequent to that. Senator Grove asked that I continue to communicate with the governor about facts, bits. So send a couple of paragraphs every other day and she would forward it to the governor. And so she did. And I did. Every other day, I'd send some information. She forwarded it to the governor. And the governor would send her back a text. Got it. Thank you. Very interesting. Well, finally, I sent some information to him that caught his attention. And so Senator Grove called me, just busting a gut laugh and said, "I got a phone call from the governor today. I've got to share with you." He called me and said, "Senator Grove, that last bit of information you sent me regarding where California gets their oil and how much, where'd that come from?" And the senator said, "Well, sir, it came from, Mayor Nor, the guy that you met and spoke with in the kitchen, mayor of the city of Taos." And he said, "Okay, fine. But where did he get it?" Questioning the credibility of the information. And she said, "Well, sir, if you'll go on www.ca.gov, the mayor took it from your state website." Sir,
right. You move today, or in a worst case
Thank you, Mayor. Scott Daniel, you co-own and president of Young's Commercial Transfer.
You're calling it a tech.
You have one of the largest businesses up in Porterville, another part of the district, but
it's not the sort of event that most of our
you're
viewers
kind of getting a hit on a different,
right, and for good reason.
angles.
This has nothing to do with any pandemic.
You keep pushing your volume up.
I'm not talking about a shutdown.
Not this side.
We really haven't
These
seen
big
anything of
mouths.
this magnitude since
and the cost of
famous
moving.
oil shock of the 1970s, which, if you remember,
That volume is all the way down on
I
the
do
end.
remember. I was just a kid back
They're
then,
all
but
looking
I
at
do
me
remember
like I
these
can't.
lines getting gas for the car,
Oh.
stations running dry. So this tech shock that's coming,
No, it's not
I think this could be
okay.
just as bad,
You're
maybe
out.
worse.
well, without a doubt, yes, because this
Okay,
crisis
these guys should be
hinges
talking
on a
right
single
here.
piece of technology
But who are
that is
you?
critical to every electronic device we
I'm
touch.
not sure
To
who
most
you
people,
are.
It's not obvious like gasoline.
Mhm.
We won't see lines of people waiting to get their hands on it, at least not yet. Until
Hello, Judge Walker, let us on that beach court. Hello, Judge Walker, you're our court of last resort. I'm there just up against the wall, won't get on TV and tell it all. Judge Walker, let us on that beach court. one-stop gas station, beer, ice, bread, milk, mini mart, and all-night videotape rental. Judge, what we got here is a marriage that's a regular catastrophe. That's right. Me and my wife, Myrtle Louise, while once passionately in love, now find that life has dealt us a cruel blow. Yes, as we have matured, our tastes have changed, and we've grown apart intellectually, philosophically, politically, and our recreation and culinary interests now fall along parallel lines that shall never again intersect. What I mean, Judge, is that I can't stand that woman. Incompatible? No, just hate her
Anyway,
guts.
we had a great weekend. I did. Having some fun, just living through. I guess we're in this dark winter now. Are we in the dark winter now? It feels like it's finally hitting. It's getting chilly outside. It's like gonna snow, but it's not snowing. I gotta wear a jacket and shit. Shit's going on right now. Shit's going on. So I hope you guys are doing well. I'm doing just fine. Things that are happening for me. I got a little bit of things to do.
Hello, Judge Walker. Let us on that beat.
For all that stuff.
Judge Walker, you're our court and last resort. I'm there with some you world. Get on the TV and tell them.
Age. Life's the stage. Somebody said somewhere.
The judge has reviewed the case in his chambers and is about to speak.
Yeah, look.
All right.
I know you've been
Just
sworn and
watch
I read
out.
your complaint.
The
I've spent
best of
several
us,
hours going over the
quote,
files that you've both
best of
presented
us
and find
are,
this hard to believe. Myrna Louise, is it true that
manipulating
you
and
suddenly
meandering
stopped
everything
preparing a
together
breakfast
to
of
do
ham,
whatever it
eggs,
is
grits, biscuits, and cream
they're
gravy
doing.
for Arlo after having done so for
That's
6
right.
years?
And,
insist
I
that he
feel like
now eat a bowl of
this is the
spinach
scene that
biscuits
we're always
sprinkled
getting,
with
right?
germ and topped with kumquat yogurt. And Arlo, is it true that without Myrna Louise's knowledge or consent, you emptied out the entire contents of your
You guys all buy your
fancy
masks
work
and shit.
this pair of one-size-fits-all pantyhose that
I
you
know
used
you
to work out the
Yeah,
guitar?
man, Judge, I know she wants to delirious dance. I did not really have to get them
No, I know
bunny
you
legs on
don't.
ground.
I just love this like two-tip system that we're all being very, very what do you call that? Connected to this thing that they're all putting together for us that we all feel good about it.
in favor of Myrna Louise.
It doesn't matter who sees or who doesn't see you. Obviously, certain amounts of us are going to have to comply, and other amounts of us aren't going to have to non-comply or whatever. It makes you wonder because there's a lot of talk today. I mean, there was something that was going on today. It was a debate. I mean, it was kind of actually a little bit big. I would have to say, like, the first debate was kind of rich today a little bit, right? People talking about having accolades to state decree abortions and all kinds of stuff like that. There was a whole entire community today that was coming together and talking about that shit.
But even though a law, I still recommend all you folks with problems call up the judge and say,
The world is finally changing.
hello, Judge Walker, you're our court last resort. It's our time to
Other things, and I get it.
get on TV, tell it all.
I understand the feeling, and then
I said, hello, Judge Walker, let us on that piece of score.
situation.
Hello, Judge Walker, you're our court last resort. Our time to come against the wall. Get on TV, tell it all.
The changes.
On that piece of score. Come on, Judge. Judge Walker, let's on that piece of score.
That's going to change anything because they're all discussing whether it's actually going to vote forward, and this whole Texas abortion thing kind of still up in the forefront of everybody's eyeballs because the Supreme Court was hearing the challenge to it, and
If you're over the age of
35,
35,
it was a
this
little
is how much
challenge. Do we
earwax
think
is
that it
trapped
went
in your
pretty well?
ears
I was watching
right
it
now.
on Right
For
Side
some, it's old
Broadcasting
age,
earlier
but
today.
for most
and it
people, it's because of these.
definitely seemed like
There's
we had a
even a
lot of
warning on the
support,
box
and
telling you not to
I'm
put these
pretty,
inside your
I won't
ears.
say that I'm
That's why
connected to
doctors
it, but I
recommend
have
Shoe
spoken
Grips,
to
the
the
world's
Attorney
first
General of
high-tech
Texas.
cotton
We
swab
had
that costs just
breakfast
$80
at a
and
restaurant
lasts a
called
lifetime.
Stylist when he was
Its
discussing
patented
with me
spiraling
about
design
how
gently
bad
collects and
these
removes
trolls and
earwax
shit were on
instead of
Twitter and
jamming the wax
how
in deeper
horrible
like
they
standard
were
cotton
to
swabs
him
that
and his
cause
wife
blockages,
online.
infections,
He was
hearing
asking
and
somebody
memory
of
loss.
my caliber, which is
Especially
really
if you put
crazy that
these
he
in your
would
ears.
ask any of
Those
my
harmful
caliber. But
alternatives are
really,
why
when
Dr.
you
Paul
got guys
Kemper
like
created
Tommy
Q-Grips in the
Schoenberger
first
and
place.
some of these other
The story
inspirations
began a
say
little
you're
over
the
a year
greatest
ago.
that ever
When
was,
Dr. Kemper's
these people
practice
don't
saw a
probably
spike
believe
in
anything.
relatively young
But if you
patients
learn, people are kind of dumb.
experiencing both hearing
Either way,
and
I
memory
talked
loss.
to Mr.
He discovered the
Kent
connection
Paxton,
between
and I was
earwax
like,
and
hey,
memory loss and began performing
honestly, I would
in-office
definitely
extractions.
not do any work for
Recording
your
his
company.
patients' shock
If you
reactions
want me to help your
as he
wife out or
removed
whatever,
decades of
we can help
earwax,
her out. But
racking up
there's really
millions of
nothing
views
that's
overnight.
like rocket
His
science here. You
videos
just have to
attracted
report that
patients
shit.
from all over
and
the
then
world
they'll get
who
rid of
wanted
it.
to book an office
Although
visit with him.
we will run
But
into
his schedule
accounts
became
that
so
no matter
busy,
how many
he had to
times that
turn
you
away
report them, they
95%
just
of
won't
the
get rid of
people
them. And it's
waiting to
almost
see
like
him.
Twitter's okay with
He
it.
set out to create a safe,
Like, oh
unaffected
no, we're not
alternative
going to
that
remove this.
anyone could use in their own home
Misinformation,
without a
disinformation.
doctor.
It's not
That's when
affecting
the
our
doctor
bottom
came
line
up with
yet, so we're
Q-Grips,
going to have to wait
a revolutionary new tool that removes as
remember that
much
because
earwax
that was the
as an
big deal
in-office
back then. You
extraction,
know, the
but for
left was
1/10 of the
weaponizing
price.
all the social
Its
media
patented
platforms back
spiraling
then. Don't you
design and
remember?
soft
They
silicone
still do
tips
it today.
bury
That's why
deep
they
into your
control
earwax,
them.
so you can
Here
pull it out
today, you know,
all
we're
at once.
listening to this dude
Unlike
talking
Dr.
about it with
Schwab's,
his
the
wife and
spiral
everybody
design
else.
and soft silicone
I mean,
tips
it's
were
definitely going to
carefully
change
designed to make it
the debate.
impossible
It's
to penetrate too
definitely
deep into the ear
changed
canal
the
and injure
feeling
yourself,
of the world out
making
there.
it safe
I
and
mean, this is
foolproof
the
for
big,
anyone to
this
use.
is big shit.
It
Dude.
also comes with
Big
16
shit.
replaceable
This is
tips
the world that
to
we
give you
live in.
that same soothing sensation as
Kim
traditional
Paxton.
cotton swabs, removing 8 times more earwax on average. After seeing the product on TV and social media, Big Pharma came knocking and offered him $12 million for the patent. But he turned it down, knowing that all they would care about is profit. That was never his motivation. Instead, he wanted to keep prices as low as possible to get his product in the hands of everyone that needs it. Since launching last year, Dr. Kemper has sold over 500,000 Q-Grips to happy customers all over the world. One woman was able to remove a 50-year-old chunk of earwax and immediately noticed a life-changing difference. Not only could she hear better, but her memory and recall felt sharper than ever before. To distance themselves from cheap knockoffs, this product is not available on Amazon or Walmart. It's available exclusively through this online offer for a limited time. Q-Grips' regular price is $80. But through this special promotion, you can get an exclusive 50% discount and order it for just $40 by clicking the link below. And for the next 24 hours, they're offering a special buy one, get one free promotion while supplies last. The makers of Q-Grips are so confident in their product, you can return it within 90 days for a full refund. If it doesn't remove your earwax as expected, no questions asked. If you or anyone you know uses cotton swabs or is struggling with hearing or memory loss, give Q-Grips a try today. Click the link below to visit the official website and order Q-Grips with a 50% discount while supplies last.
Yeah, we need to get the baby killings back online. We gotta bring the baby killings back online. Isn't it
Is that
weird when
you,
you hear them say
faggot, or
that the
not?
states don't have the rights, even though the states are supposed to have the rights reserved to the states or people, passed by Congress on September 25th, 1789, ratified December 15th, 1791, and the first 10 minutes were the Bill of Rights. The power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the United States or reserved to the states respectively or the people. And I mean, honestly, there's really no powers.
Hello, everyone. This is your Action News reporter with all the news and news across the nation. On the scene at the supermarket, there seems to have been some disturbance here. Pardon me, sir. Did you see what happened?
Yeah, I did. I was just standing over there by the tomatoes. Here he comes, running to the pole, to the fruits and veggies, naked as a jaybird. Apples over there, jams, jellies, preserves, pickles. I hollered over there. I said, "Don't look,
the states that have the
Apple!"
rights to choose
She
what they
dropped
want
the
to
whole
choose,
jar of
but then at the
kumquats,
same time they
fell
want to
back
tell
into
us
the
what
sweet
we have to
veggie
do,
side.
and they want to
Too
go
late,
outside
she
of
done been
constitutional
in
authority.
sync.
Because I mean, last time we checked,
Boogie down, boogie down. Boogie down, boogie down.
Well, yes, they call it the street. That's same on 2 feet. Just as proud as he can be, I'm really that meat. He gon' give us a beat. Well, yes, they call it the street.
there's an audience to be found. It is out like public critique. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're watching news report on the scene at the gas station. There seems to have been some disturbance here. Pardon me, sir. Did you see what happened? Yeah, I did. I was just sitting here trying to get some air in my car there, and he disappeared out of traffic. Comes screeching around the grease like I doesn't have nothing on but a smile. Ethel's in there getting her a cold drink. I hollered in there. I said, "Don't look at those!" Too late, she done been put weird. Twice, right there in front of the shop and so on. Boogie that, boogie that. Boogie that, boogie that. Well, yes, they call it the street. Like to turn the up. He's always making the news, wearing just his tennis shoes. Cause he's calling you me. Hello, once again, everyone. Your action news reporter in the booth at the gym, covering the disturbance of the basketball playoff. Pardon me, sir. Did you see what happened? Yeah, I did. It's hang time. I just going down there to get out of the snow comes. Here he comes, right out of the cheap seats. Right down the middle of the courtyard, didn't have nothing on but his high-top Reeboks. He was dribbling, made a jump shot, got out through the concession. I hollered up that I said, "Don't look at that!" Too late, she done got a free shot. Grandstanding her right there in front of the home team. Well, yes, they call it the street. Whoa, here he comes again. That's the same. Who's that we? Ethel? Is that you, Ethel? Where do you think you're going? On this battlefield. Get your clothes on. Well, yes, they call it the street. Ethel, you
group, which isn't a Republican group, mind you, they're a Democrat group. They try to get Democrats elected. They pulled some bullshit where they had a bunch of guys dress up in white shirts with tan pants and holding tiki torches. They also had a black guy in there, and I think one of them was a girl. I wasn't actually sure. But yeah, they had them all in front of the Democrats' bus, right? And they were just standing there, and people were taking pictures saying, "Oh, look at all the white supremacists. They're standing in front of the Democrats' bus." They were trying to put it all out there like it was something that, these bad people were doing to them, and it turns out
let's go help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Okay, who said it? This Lincoln Project thing.
Shop our holiday best
there to perform this political stuff.
You've been shopping for Santa Claus.
Yeah, they say they had to admit that they orchestrated the racist campaign stuff, but the only reason that they had to admit that they had to do it or they did it is because everybody was already figuring out that they did it because all these Democrats had their Twitter accounts with their pictures on them and shit. And people were like, "Yo, this is definitely somebody that works for the Democrats and they're saying it's a racist." I mean, it's the first time that I've ever heard Democrats are racist, and I was just like, I know. And if you think it's really weird, CNN and a bunch of other people skipped out on saying anything about it. They didn't talk about the viral hoax or say it was a smear on young kids or anything like that. That's basically what it was. They wanted to say those white supremacists were Mr. Glenn Youngkin. I like what they're doing outside our bus, but the reality was it was just a hoax. The big people like Mr. Seltzer, who's always out there trying to be a reliable source and make sure he's following down the disinformation. He hasn't said a word about his buddies over there pulling another jackbooted stuff that's obviously ridiculous. So this is a world where we literally see these people, the feds, literally were trying to enjoin people into breaking into the federal buildings on January 6th and shit. They had feds actually trying to get people to do this and think that, they would have cared about being caught or anything. But even then, you have Ford invited into Glasgow, which is a whole number of things. He took all of the planes and jets over there. They're all driving around and doing all this shit. Oh boy, do you have to hear this?
Fuel greater growth, new jobs, better opportunities for all our people. And as we see, current volatility in energy prices, rather than cast it as a reason to back off our clean energy goals,
We must view it as a call to action. High energy prices only reinforce the urgent need to diversify sources, double down on clean energy development, and adapt promising new clean energy technologies so we can not only we don't remain overly reliant on one source of power to power our economies and our communities. It's in the self-interest of every single nation. And this is a chance, in my view, to make a generational investment in our economic resilience and on our workers and our communities throughout the world. That's what we're going to do in the United States.
He's free as the breeze. He's always at ease. He lives in the jungle and hangs by his knees as he swings through the trees without a trapeze. In his BBD. He's got a union card and he's practicing hard to play the guitar. Gonna be a big star, yeah, he's gonna go far. And carry moonbeams home in a jar. He ordered chips, guitar core, COD, makes A-E, and he's working on B. Dig C and W and R&B, and me and the chimpanzee agree that one day soon he'll be a celebrity. Get it, get it, get it, get it, out, guitar man! He's a guitar man. He's all you can stand. Give him a hand, guitar man. He's got a girl named Jane with no last name, kind of home and lame, but he loves her just the same, cause she kindles the flame and it drives him insane when he hears her sing. She really does her thing, it's her claim to fame. Come on, sing one, Jane. Baby, baby, wow, baby, how about that? Let's hear it for Jane. Well, they got a pet monkey. He likes to get drunk and sing boogie woogie, and it sounds real funky. Come on, he'll time, boy. Sing one, monkey. He'll go. Let's hear it for the monkey. Woo! On Saturday night, they need some excitement. Jane gets right and the monkey gets tight, and their voices unite in the pale moonlight, and it sounds all right. Yeah, it's dynamite. It's out of sight. Let's hear it right Get it, out the country, in this jungle land. They're all you can stand. Give them a hand, guitar man. Guitar man, in this jungle band. They're all you can stand. Well, you say you just got married, and your husband is a Jew. Graduated soon out from a big northeastern school. Has a doctorate in physics and a master's in physics. Was the captain of the football team. There's not a book he hasn't read. I think that definitely cleans up for people who are standing up. But can he eat? Yeah, people are standing up. Can he play the spoon? They steal it with his armpits. Little animals from the moon. Can he whistle Dixie while eating crackers and covering one eye? Can he love you half as much as I? He's climbing the corporate ladder. In business, he's a Jim. General Motors
Just
never
landed in
had a
Dallas
vice
from Las
president
Vegas,
as young as
and they
him.
canceled our
You say
flight
he wrote
as
a
soon as we
computer
landed.
program that saved $8 million and found a way to cut the cost on all their cars and trucks. Big deal.
This is the line just to speak to someone.
Does he have my charm?
Can he wiggle his ears and chuckle up beers and make a frog in your arm? I bet he can't do this, no matter how hard he tries.
Still going.
Can he love you half as much as I? You brag how he's a culture, how he sculptures and he writes. But did you know that now I go to culture classes every night? I'm a devil taking and a connoisseur of black velveteen art. I have a
Apparently,
painting
American
of brown.
Airlines canceled over 1,400 flights.
So he makes 200,000 birds and press 300 pounds. So he drives a red Ferrari, lives on the snooty side of town. So you're gonna sail around the world in hanging quality yachts. So he spends vacations working with Mother Teresa in India. So what? That kind of superficiality we're pretty dead. I just want to know,
What do you think? I guess nobody's gonna be flying
Make music with his arms, fish animals from his movie books. Hit it with some Dixie while eating crackers and cookies for big one eye. Can he love you half as much? Does he have a charm? Does he have a touch? Does he love you half as much as I?
This is the motherfucking hill you're gonna die on. You guys were totally fucking cool with the Patriot Act and all the other shit, but this is the one. I mean, I'm cool with it or whatever. I'm just saying, man. God damn. Honestly, you don't want to be like Joe Biden just sleeping on it because some people said that, maybe Joe Biden might have been sleeping on some shit. I don't know. You'll have to just kind of watch this right here. Maybe he was just resting his eyes. Sometimes I just close my eyes like this when I'm sitting down with my arms crossed and I just taking a quick power nap.
inside that chicken coop, they always get
Oh, there you go, dude. Just rest.
the program.
I've been doing this for many years, young buck. That's how you get a power nap in. There you go. And is he out? He looks like he's just sitting there, listening, sleeping. Got somebody walking by in front of him, like, holy shit. Yo, get his fucking handler in here. He's fucking sleeping on the car before anybody gets a fucking camera on him. Oh, shit, sir. Chickens are I'm running this camping pill with a little bit of methamphetamine in it so they can stay awake. No, I'm cool, man. I don't need that shit. I don't need to wear meth today. Alright. Yeah, everything's good. I'm awake. Oh shit. I'm over here tired and shit. Maybe I should have taken the meth pill. Woo!
The third was Cacciatore. The fourth, they just called.
Definitely looks at the camera and then dozes off. Either you knew that he was tired and he was dozing off or whatever, but
live their lives
whatever. Honestly. Did you guys really enjoy Halloween? Halloween's what used to be one of my favorite holidays, but I don't do anything for Halloween, but anything to put such a fucking picture out of something else. I don't even know if we're going to have this big photo. I don't know. I don't have any idea. But what I do know is that I don't see a single costume except for this movie. These will be the costumes on it.
Yeah, we did go down there at the barn, hoping Washington wouldn't lose the barn. But all of a sudden, these four big police with black scarves around their collars. Come on that hill, hundreds slapping these fingers, pecked them on the head, dropped like green for seminar. Yeah, then they went down there to buy their party, start scratching around like chickens in walls. They got one party, and they lay on that whole field, ready for life.
You guys like it? It's a COVID-19 booster. You get it? They dress it like a COVID-19 bottle, and then they put a booster sheet on the back of it. Didn't you know it was a COVID-19 booster? Yeah! Look at that! Damn! Propaganda! That shit's good, man! I don't feel sorry for that kid. Honestly, though, when I was that age, that was when I was like, yeah, I want to be a COVID-19 booster. That's what I want to be. No, motherfucker, I was like, I want to be a Power Ranger. I want to be a Power Ranger. Next year, I want to be a Power Ranger too. She's like, you're too fat for the Power Ranger. But at least you know what? I fitted that Green Ranger costume for 2 years. And then, you know, it was good. It was dope. I got to have the dopest
Well, when me and Doris went on vacation, we decided we needed more than recreation, so we enrolled in a Bible camp retreat. I got the directions and we took off. It only took 6 hours to get completely lost way back up in the mountains of East Tennessee. Well, it was getting real dark and I started to fret. Doris said, "Look, young, bet that's it." She pointed to the lights of this little church way back in the bush. An old man met us. I said, "Just two." He escorted us down to the very first pew. I said, "Doris, I don't think it's the right place." She just said, "Well, they preached some sermons and sang some songs. Then they preached some more. Went on and on. Then they wore me out. I had about all I could
blah,
take.
blah, blah, blah.
Then they rolled down the shades and things fired down the sky next to me. I said, "Here, pass this down." I turned and looked, and son of a gun had to be rated.
It's okay, Sonny, if you don't want to get your nose shots. I totally understand. I remember, I don't like needles myself. I remember when they had me all needled up when they were giving me all the upgrades or whatever. That shit sucked. I couldn't move. I just had like fucking big ass things stuck in on me. And now, you know, like, good. What's this? Tomorrow there will be elections to school boards here.
The first big issue that I've seen is the implementation of the equity policy. The equity policy came out, and some of us expressed some concern that it might be a way that our children would be categorized by their race, by their gender, by their sexual orientation, a variety of different things, identity politics. We were told, we're already doing these things. It's not going to change anything. It's fine. We're carrying on. And then a month later, we hired the Gemini group to come and educate our educators as to tell the educators that our children should be categorized based on their existence within the dominant culture. Dominant culture, which is white, straight, male, Christian, and able-bodied. And I just can't see how that's what we mean to do. Is that the trust that you put to instill in us? How can we continue to trust that our children can come here and learn and not be categorized by their identities? When we heard, "Oh, it's going to be fine, we're not going to do that," and then a month later, we hear from them, "We're doing it."
Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. It just makes you wonder, dude.
Right now than last year. This year was kind of interesting. What we noticed is we followed all the masking orders. At the beginning of the school year, masking was optional. We did not have a single COVID transmission inside of our schools. We went to the masking order. All of our COVID transmission rates occurred during the period of time where we were masking.
Final.
The full year of.
Seems like they need to call the FBI and start getting all these domestic terrorists all fucking cooled up shit. You know what I'm saying? But hey, it's okay, you know? Like, we have a war for the minds in schools. We have a war for the hearts and minds in the national space. And then we're all still worried about it. I'm still worried about it because I got to go put gas in my gas tank here pretty soon. I know it's going to be expensive.
Sugar and water, even though I knew I shouldn't order. I put in some lemon china, got the whole word.
America, we got a problem. You can't fill up 4 F-150 for less than $100 because of the energy spike in prices, because of the policies of Joe Biden and his administration. There's a real problem. This is hitting middle-class families, working families, having to pay more for groceries and everything else. Now, especially with gasoline, absolutely.
$100.35 for 32.6 gallons. Well, motherfucker, you don't have to drive an F-150. You could drive some other shit. You go, dude, you gotta be fucking filling it up that big, motherfucker. Yeah, but that's how it's gonna be for everybody else. You know, that's how it's gonna be, my friends. You know, this is like what you gotta think. Like, putting in the gas, rising the prices, income all the donations, Yeah. We were talking about this a little bit earlier ago, but let's get this out.
Gotta diversify our teaching. Right until the Gettysburg Address, stirring rendition of 50% of students in Virginia schools grades 12. Impressions of garbled, scary color, not very friend. 80% of teachers are white. All the organ players wearing a sneakers pants.
Yeah, we need to have less white teachers. Fuck white people. Sorry, dude. I'm just so excited that the fuck white people agenda is finally at 100%. When I was a kid, getting fucked over by white people and shit, I knew one day that we were all gonna just finally come together as a nation and be like, fuck white people. And then when you got white people saying fuck white people, just so fun. You don't like all the anti-white racism? How so far away? I fucking love it. I don't know about you. Like, being brown or whatever, I'm just happy somebody else is finally taking some shit around here. We'd be like, oh, why don't you go back to the border where you came from? Wetback and all that other shit. Yeah. Yeah. There's really not much else that we could say about that, though. But, you know, it makes sense that, you know, this shit's happening in the world today. And it's just even weirder when you hear about, like, you know, all this fake white supremacy versus real white supremacy and all this other crap. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. You know, everybody thinks I'm fucking white. I had some black guy the other day who was like, boy. And I was just all like, I'm Mexican, dude. But it's Manuel Chavez. About as far as you can get white as possible. I just look white because I'm a loser and I stay inside my house away from the sun all the time because it hurts my eyes. Whatever. It's fine, guys. It's fine. Isn't it fine? It is fine. Let's go, Brandon. Became a code word for insulting Joe Biden. It's finally happened. How many weeks did it take until the news media finally figured out that Let's Go Brandon was a colloquialism or a trade, I guess you could say, for saying fuck Joe Biden, which is so crazy to me, actually, because I totally remember before the election of 2016, a lot of people being all like, fuck Donald Trump, and then like everybody was totally fine with it. And then for 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency, I was literally reading that shit like every day, hearing people like scream that shit at the top of their lungs and stuff. But then all of a sudden people start saying fuck Joe Biden and people are talking about arresting motherfuckers and shit. So they literally had to make a code word that says let's go Brandon, and people are chanting it all over the world in fucking football games and shit. And finally the news gets to it. How many weeks is it? Seriously, how many weeks? Yes, seriously. How many weeks? So Joseph Morrison says, oh my God, you're Mexican. Yeah, fuck up, dude. Yeah, I'm actually Lebanese and Mexican, so there. I'm Middle Eastern and fucking Mexican. So what are you gonna do now? They're gonna be like, God damn it, he's second. I don't know. I'm an American motherfucker. I was born here. But yeah, anyways, Let's Go Brandon, dude. Seriously, think about this. Let's Go Brandon. It's changed. Let's Go Brandon is the new MAGA in a lot of ways, my friends. And I mean, what can you even say or do other than just kind of look at it and just think it's really crazy that finally the news decided to think that they were bigger. But that's not even the most damning piece of news that's happened. Against all fucking odds. none other than Jen Psaki herself, the White House press secretary, has come down with COVID-19. I know what you're saying. You know what you're thinking. What? Jen Psaki, double, triple vaccinated Jen Psaki, came down with motherfucking COVID-19? What are the odds? Against all odds? Seriously? How the fuck did she get that? Was she out there at the bar or whatever and getting some of that strange dick or whatever? I know how you fucking redhead girls are. What's up? I mean, I don't really know, but it's just kind of crazy that, you know, she pulled out of the president's overseas trip, and then all of a sudden she's telling everybody that, yeah, she's got that. She says there was an emergency, a member of her household tested positive, and then she tested positive, and then everybody's just like, damn. And I mean, that's just got to be the biggest slap in the face to everybody out there, because I mean, they're telling everybody to get double jabbed and shit. People are still getting the virus, and here you go, Jen Psaki got the fucking virus. She gonna die? I hope not. We don't need to lose any of the redheads that we got left, even if they are soulless. Even if they are soulless, no person should die. Whatever, because we're not gonna sit up here and say, "Oh, you didn't get the vaccine. I hope you fucking die." No, we're not gonna do that. No, we won't do that, because we're gonna be like, "Damn, Jen Psaki, what kind of regimen are you on? What they get you on? They get you on that Regeneron? Are you getting any of that horse dewormer shit? Ivermectin, human status? Like, what's up? What are they giving me, bro? Or is Joe Biden just all like, oh no, we'll just go to West Deck and get another one. This time, can we get one that's a little more sexier? You know, like, we had that, Donald Trump had that one blonde girl that was super, super beautiful or whatever. Then you guys brought me Psaki, and she's great and all, but I mean, we're looking for something with a little more. Right? So yeah, I don't know. I really hope that good old Psaki will, make it through that. You know, if she gets her ivermectin or whatever the fuck they're giving her for. But I mean, she's probably gonna be fine. She's like double, triple vaccinated. It's probably a mild case. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I kind of worry about it, but I hope they give her, the good stuff. Give her the good stuff. In other news, the Kyle Rittenhouse murder trial has begun over the fatal shootings of Kenosha protesters. You know, those Kenosha protesters that were like chasing him down and trying to beat him and steal his rifle and shit, so he had to shoot a couple of them or whatever. Like that one guy, that other guy, that like dude shot him with the fucking thing. Video of it right there, playing right there. But yeah, 7 charges are finally going down. It's finally happening, bros. They've picked everybody. Everything's going down. The jury's going down. Kyle Rittenhouse is all in fucking court shit in his suit, and it's happening. And then this is Mackenzie Rittenhouse. That's Kyle's sister. I didn't know Kyle Rittenhouse had a sister, but now I'm like, yeah, Kyle, what's up, dude? She's got a hot bro like him. She'll be. She's not Kyle. Just, put my number when she's a bitch. Well, we'll see. Poor Kyle Rittenhouse, though. I mean, this is the trial of the century right here. If you thought the fucking Derek Chauvin trial was going to be the tepid heartbeat of America, nay, you were mistaken, because it's obviously going to be this one right here. And I believe the outcome of this trial is going to set the stage for everything that comes after, right? It's going to be fun times, because literally we're sitting at the precipice. Most people would say that we have 2 different directions that we can go. Technically, there are 3, but actually there are 4. 2 of them, we already know. Either A, Kyle Rittenhouse is going to be let off, and in some way, I mean, he's obviously not going to get out of every single charge. He is going to be found guilty of something. There's no way he's going to trial and going to be found not guilty. I mean, think about that. Really, don't be honest. Don't be all thinking like he should be off and stuff. We're trying to be realistic here. The realistic thing is that he gets off if people go ape shit, right? If he gets off and he doesn't get any charges, people are going to go ape shit. If he only gets 1 charge, people are going to go ape shit. If he gets all of the fucking charges and goes to jail, a bunch of people are going to be really upset. But when I say people are going to be going ape shit, it's like the BLM folks, the Antifa folks, they've already very vocally said that if he doesn't go down for everything in the way that they want it, they're going to unhitch the fucking wagon and start riding that train, if you know what I mean. So think about that right there. Think about it. They're pushing for something very strange to happen in the world today. And it's like we're coming up to that switch track, but nobody's thinking that this thing could jump the track. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you have to actually be here. Because, I mean, we're at the corner of oh shit and oh fuck. And then, you know, but this thing probably going to jump the track and go into, oh, god damn! Right through the middle. So think about this. What are they going to do? If he goes not away in the way that they want, there's going to be people rioting in the streets and shit. I mean, I would hope that if he doesn't, if he goes away for a long time and people are just upset, I'm pretty sure that there's not going to be people out in the streets with guns and shit like saying anything. I mean, most of us are just worried about what's going to happen specifically with the other side, because the other side is threatening a lot of things. And we don't even talk about how is it even okay that these people are threatening these things and trying to, you know, subvert and subjugate the trial before anything else actually happens. So I think we got a lot to think about. Right? I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse is going to be somebody that is going to be known for at least a little while. And I mean, this trial right here, in one way, we got to look back at what happened with George Floyd's trial. They put Chauvin away. Sure, he appealed it or whatever, and he's going to try to get out of it. But what's going to be happening in the future with this trial? We don't know, but we can also take a look at it and just say, And, you know, just in the funny thing, just named Florida Teacher of the Year, charged with abusing students. Florida English teacher, recently named Teacher of the Year, has been arrested and charged with child abuse against the student. Caroline Melanie Lee, an instructor at Darnell Cookman Middle High School in Florida's Duval County Public High School District, was arrested on Friday. The student claimed Lee asked to speak with her privately and then struck her, causing a bloody nose. Oh, really? Yeah, Florida woman. Sometimes it's Florida man. Florida woman. Oh, and goodness, I just saw this, but I'm not sure what this really means. But IRS is issuing additional tax refunds for 430,000 people. I don't know if you're a part of it or not, but yeah, it seems like there's a lot of refunds that are going out to people who received unemployment benefits last year, and they're corrected refunds under the legislations, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, if you collected unemployment, you might be getting another little bit of moolah from the government. You might be getting a little more of that government cheese, you little bitch. Fine for you, not fine for me or whatever like that. I wish I had the government cheese, but I ain't got the government cheese, so all I really got is much.
And now our top story in the news. Leaders of the two
Nope.
superpowers
I just think that
Moscow today.
have
Their wives were
nothing
also in attendance,
left,
both
but
lovely and
what is left?
reporters with smiles that radiated a warmth that
That's pretty much it for the day. So I appreciate you guys coming on through here for the show with your boy King. I hope you guys hit that like button, subscribe, you know, hit that little red button down there, ring the bell, hit the follow button, do all that crap. Might as well do that. Yeah, gotta think about it. Gotta think about it. There's gonna be a lot of good stuff with the step up. I was listening to part.
Okay, one tip we wanted to
We got a Soviet sub, she's a 79. She's got a nuclear reactor and she runs real fine. Loyal to the party and the party line, but a sailor's gotta have a little fun sometime. We were out in the Pacific where it's nice to be, when our sonar operator went and fell asleep. In a terrible crash, make a deadly hand. And we woke up stuck here in the California sand. Now here we are, surfing USSR, Malibu, USA, lost movie stars. Little getting kind of tan, getting a little guitar, couple money to my little commissar. We don't wanna start no nuclear fight. We just wanna have a peace party tonight.
Let's go. Let's go, honey. I got my period. Let's go. All right. You wanna fucking bring it? Let's bring it.
We thought the birds would be witching back in Moscow Hill till we saw the little honeys here at Malibu. One look through the periscope and we all flipped. It was a mutiny aboard the people's ship. Now here we are, surfing USSR, Malibu, USA, movie stars.
Because I said I had my period, you thought I was on birth control? Yeah, the birth control was in my arms. So get your period. I don't want to not get my period.
We don't want to start no nuclear fight. We just want to have a beach party tonight.
Is there anybody in here right now that's got a problem with Tiffany Marie? Just wondering. Do you want to come up here and tell me what your problem is with Tiffany Marie? And tell me exactly what Tiffany Marie did wrong? Who's messing with Tiffany? Apparently, I just got a call from a friend of mine. All right, so you got a problem with Tiffany Marie? Why don't you come up and tell me about it? Here you go. Tell me about your problem with Tiffany Marie. Let's see if we can handle this. You can't take it outside, but you sure take it in here.
Well, the wife went out of town about a year or so back and left me at home by myself to thatch, and after 5 straight
Oh,
minutes of
wait.
TV, I was ready to scream. So I called up this beer drinking buddy of mine and said, Bill, I ain't had a real good
How
time.
could
He said,
anyone
"Oh,
have
go to
issues
rest
with
tonight."
Tiffany
Let
Marie?
off a little.
Apparently, people can't
Well, I
stop
never
talking
seen
about
that
Tiffany
before.
Marie. And they think she's some sort of scam artist.
The
I
crowd was
know
already backed up.
I was called a scam artist too.
Yeah, people were pushing and shoving like cattle. This
Yeah,
kid
remember that?
was a heck of a battle. We had to fight.
No one's ever proved I was a fucking scam artist because I'm not.
Well, we bought a program.
And you want to know something?
With the Section D
I'm glad Tiffany finally monetized her
the
fucking channel.
announcer stepped in the ring.
Tell the
He
girl
said,
to
"Tonight's
do
the
it
greatest
fucking
thing ever
work.
been signed. We got a tag team match at a
You know what? She did. The jealous people don't like Tiffany. Well, why would they be jealous?
Trusted partner, the
Why would they be
Boston
jealous?
Cyclones, and they were taking on the team and never
She did
had been.
absolutely nothing. Oh, no.
And then
Apparently,
the ref checked him over and the
she's
rules
a
were explained.
scammer.
Somebody hollered,
She's
"Spider's got a
stealing
chain," and then
money.
came the vulture
She
with his
found
badge and sneaking
some
feet.
credentials.
Well, then they rang the
of,
bell and all hell broke loose. My legs were shaking like a rubber goose.
I don't
I've never
know.
seen anything
The
like
rights
it, not
to,
even in the war.
Summerwell's name.
So I called with the vulture and airplane spin, then it body
Making
slammed him.
threats.
Did it again. I swear I didn't see how that old boy could take
Do
my
you
vote.
think that a little girl
There was
like
a
that
little old lady
is
right
gonna
next
sit
to
there
me.
and be like,
She was a day, she was
you know, I'm about to
but she
threaten
weighs more sand than any man I've
someone
ever
that
seen.
you were fucking cool with,
She
someone
screamed
you
and
had
passed the Cyclones,
decent
they
relationship
carried her out
as
like a basket case.
woman.
The zombies came and formed a circle round.
I thought this was all about
It
all
was
of
right
us,
about then, and
right?
Dick
Women
and my buddy
lifting
Bill
each
threw a
other
chair
up,
in the ring.
laughing,
We better be
enjoying
heading
some
for the door.
wine together.
'Cause I saw the
Yeah,
Cyclone
yeah,
looking
we're all
good.
happy
He
she's
got his
monetized.
head starting to cuss, and I knew because he
Come
break
on up,
his neck
Tiffany.
for sure.
You know
Well,
you
where
want
we
to.
parked wasn't too far, and Bill ran so
Don't
fast
put it on your check.
car.
You're on your
Locked the
check.
doors
Put
and
it on
wasn't
your
about to let
little
anybody
bullshit.
in.
You've got a lot of
And
support
I
here. And
turned
when
around,
I've been friends with you
and
for
he said, "Hey,
since
Unc,
January.
you got your turn by the look of his eyes."
We're going on our 11th month. Okay, that's a life. On YouTube.
Before I can finish kicking my teeth away.
She got monetized.
Real high in the air and both feet
Pulling in my driveway.
now tell me then. Oh, but it lasts a day.
Oh, now you give me my precedence. Thank you very much.
Arms around me from behind. And it piled right there in the
Right back. Thank you so much for sticking up for her. And I'm sorry for getting my ass. Well, we're gonna ask you a question. You called me not so long ago. You probably didn't know. But,
he's the meanest wrestler the ring has ever known.
Hey, Reagan. Hey, Lilith.
He'll make you roll, he'll make you moan, he'll make you roll and break your bones. The blues.
I don't see it, babe. I really don't. And I don't care. But I'll tell you one thing. Even if I couldn't stand Tiffany Marie, right? If I couldn't stand Tiffany Marie, I'd still be like, well, I probably wouldn't know the business anyway. But
he's the meanest wrestler the ring has ever known.
and I can tell you,
He'll make
there
you
are a
roll,
lot of
he'll
snakes.
make you moan, he'll make you groan and break
But
your
there are
bones.
also, meaning they talk about it a lot. Sorry. Red Bash, that's a good thing. It means that I matter to them in their fucking
in a hospital bed,
little
stars are circling around my head,
pea brain world.
just about every bone.
I mean, what else you got going on? If I'm the most excitement you got in your life and you've never met me,
3 weeks later, he let me go back home.
but all I got going on right now is the chicken
I
cup.
could have took him if I hadn't been drinking. So the next time we meet, I won't be on the bed. Because I hadn't been the
Sorry, I
same
had to
that
take
night.
out
I
James.
that song on in my dreams. Now, I'll never be satisfied till I get revenge.
I know. I take care of the
Well,
dog.
the first thing to watch is
She's back. What do I miss? Molly drama. Whoa. I miss
So
your
I said to her, beg your pardon, ma'am, but it
So-
wasn't you that got the body slammed. Then I changed the subject because I done made up my mind.
Weinstein is jealous of bitch.
So I called up Bill.
Can't go after
And
me.
all he said was, right on, man.
Weinstein's jealous as fuck.
It's been me.
Bitch boy can't go
And
after
I'm
me.
having quick when that car door slammed, it must have broke something. So door lock's jammed. He was already down. He's gone. Time I got free.
Can you see your dog? Go ahead. Let's show you the new Halloween dress that you just got today. That came a day too late. Let's see if they want to see it. It glows in the dark. It says that it glows in the dark.
We might not win, but this dirt you might win. They said days with it, they'd stop at nothing. Short kids, it's all back you as long as you want to fight. So I checked around at the bars, found out where all the rats
What's your little dress?
acting matches that
Oh, so cute. I'm a little teacup. Short X down. Here is my handle. Here is my spoon. In 2 days, my little vajayjay. It's been a week.
Sat down at the bar and ordered a beer. He barely took a
And
sip.
I'm not going to ever be able to have Whoopi. I know. She doesn't like Daddy doesn't like her in the bedroom. My husband's paranoid that if we do the coochie do, the dog in the room, he hates it. I'm like, what do you think? That she's putting it on the tonight? I know there are issues with cutie pie. Hi, Lilith. Hi, Rain Girl. Susie. Monica. Look at AKA Joel.
And then he waded through them tables and chairs.
Come on, everyone. Anybody want to book a session with me?
I'm starting to get concerned.
Yeah.
Then came a garage.
Thank you, Stargazer.
Begging somebody to call the
Hey,
cops
Ginger.
before the cyclone.
Ginger, do you want to come up? Because you always seem to be a very fair, reasonable, person, and you're so fair, and
Next thing I remember, they was carrying me in.
you're so reasonable, and I like that about you. And nobody can pull the wool over your.
He said, boy, if you don't leave the
Here's
cyclone
my
alone
tippers.
you ain't going
The
home.
tippers.
You need the Undertaker services, not mine.
Wait, so you have all these people here and you're asking if anyone has issues with me and no one will come up?
Not one person. They're all singing Team 10. But
That's a blue one.
Or I have a problem. I have a problem. You love Tiffany. Hashtag Tiffany Marie. Guess what? You've been lying long enough. Who is this one? This is the vlogger. How do you not? This is the FBI voice.
Oh my God. Blacker puppets. I haven't made it to the Boy Awards yet. I left before you.
Hi, this is
Before I could get one.
Public service
Did you ever see his mom? You know videos?
Yes.
Oh my God. Look at this. Team Tips. Team Tips.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Well, I love you guys.
Voter for all.
Thank you for making me feel special.
Can you, in your best FBI voice, explain to us
No.
what's going on? Because we know that you would never dare put it on your very well respected
Grandpa was an Eagle Scout, 33rd degree Mason, and he fought in the Civil
trauma that they're
War.
trying to throw at you like holy water, and it's tainted. It's bullshit.
64.
I'm telling you, it's bullshit. Tiffany,
I don't know what they're saying about
never tried to make a sense. Tiffany, I've listened.
They don't know.
So it took us by surprise when we heard on the news.
People think they know me. I think that's the problem. But they don't. That's all. I mean, I think you know me pretty well. I would say you know me pretty well. You've seen me at like my works, right? Yeah, I've had a couple like fucking meltdowns on the phone with you and shit, right? Yeah, you know me pretty well. Yeah, I'm going off right now. It's nothing. Listen, there's nothing crazy about me. Everyone wants me to be scandalous. This is the problem. I'm not. I'm really not. Not hiding anything. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really make much sense, but.
I learned this earlier. People used to say that people that are into cannabis are dramatic. They don't like the beef. They're not in the mood for the bullshit, the drama, famous. And then I got approved for medicinal marijuana. I started to use I have
You don't.
just take care of yourself.
Yes, you can ask me a question, kitten caboodler. May I ask no questions, honey? Sure.
It sure seems funny to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty relaxed and laid back. I don't really let much bother me out. You know, I do feel bad though because there's a lot of bullshit going on. A lot of addicts.
This is one no
and people are trying to figure out who these targets are.
Now me.
It's all a game of chess. Really chess. And you know what? We're getting less than chess. We're playing Trouble. You know that game where you go and it comes up with a 5 and they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like it's that.
Highlight that, Maris. Highlight that comment right there. Why would you report a person without their knowledge and then allow that call to be released? Well, Kitten Caboodler, that whole call wasn't released. I think there's been about 3 minutes of that call put out. And I reported it because someone was entrusting me with information about Summer that I didn't feel comfortable having. That's why. It wasn't malicious. But don't come to me with information about Summer and think that I'm not going to give it to the appropriate place or allow people to know what's going on. I guess that would be my best answer. If you have information leading to the disappearance and the safety or rescue of Summer Wells, you should call it into the TV.
Well, I guess that's all well and good. I always make a point to say Merry Christmas just because I think that you should. After all, what's it all about?
in the
You're
first
right,
place,
Kimmy D.
if not to celebrate the good news that Jesus Christ was born to save all who would listen. So listen well when someone says to you, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Let the star of Bethlehem shine from atop the tallest tree. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. I won't fix my portion protest if you don't agree. For we're all free to choose a way to please us. Yeah, just in case you're wondering, I'm with Jesus. So Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. You know, some would say that I'm not politically correct. Yeah, and they misquote the Constitution as a reason. But it's not freedom from religion. No, it says freedom of religion. And that's what we should celebrate this season. So Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Let the star of Bethlehem shine from atop the tallest tree. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. I won't raise my voice in protest. You don't agree, but we're all free to choose a faith that pleases us. And like the founding father, I stand with Jesus. So Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas,
Never. A 60-year-old woman, a doctor. Why would anybody threaten her?
John started that last night.
We're having redneck Christmas with traditional possum stew. We're having redneck Christmas, smoked salad and rabbit too. Got all new chores, all rabbit food. And I got my wife a new set of retreads for my pickup truck. Whoa, ain't never seen that right there, but we painted the little rose tree. Put runners under that house, they were using it for a sleigh. We're having redneck.
It is all
the whole front yard.
John made that whole night while I was
I love a redneck Christmas. It's simple kind of life. If I forget, that takes care of it.
she tried commentary about who Pratt. Yeah, I don't know who Pratt is, but she has my phone number. I only have one phone number, so I don't know who Pratt and her. She knows what my phone number is. And I tried to text her during the
Shorty. So sad, bring my daughter. After all, she's about 12. She will be on a spin. Having redneck Christmas. Hunger stockings on the stove.
I did send it there. I did send it there. Stop. Please.
To the little swig, got a deep more kick, go to end it, toe they from. Vivid. Vivid.
From what I understand, the past half hour, she
YouTube Music has playlists made for any moment.
saying that
Choose your vibe or activity on the redesigned homepage and get custom playlists mixed just for you.
John took it as Tiffany Maria's threat.
I write to you
Now, when I
for
spoke
the
to
last
her,
time
you know,
from my deathbed.
she was
Oh,
telling
dear
me
mother,
that she was
my health is gone.
going to need
I'm fading fast and I fear I'll not recover.
me for coffee.
I've lost 100 pounds. My hair, my sight, and this illness had its nexus the day I judged the red hot chili cook-off in Jalapeno, Texas. Well, as you know, in Tennessee, you fed us normal things. Yeah, like Tabasco seasoned barbecue and spicy chicken wings. But I've got a friend down here in Texas who's a chili cook-off judge. And on the day of the statewide cook-off, he lay sick and could not budge. I'm sicker than a dog, he said. You'll have to take my place. All you do is pick the chili you like after giving them all a taste. So, of course, I did what I had to do to help out my old
Getting all involved and
that decision
videos, like there was a channel streaming old shit of me and Laura
do not eat Texas chili, mama, you will sure to die.
John is everywhere. He will not leave me alone. I've been saying this for 5 months now.
My solar plexus.
There's nothing I can do to
The
get rid
day
of
I judged the red hot chili
I've
cook-off in
entertained him.
Jalapeno, Texas.
He's not happy.
They led me to the
Anything he
judge's
just wants
stand,
to fucking
sat me in my place, put 3 bowls
He
of
is a
chili
stalker.
in front
Yes,
of
he
me,
is. Little
just
son,
to
he is a
sample,
stalker.
just to
I would
taste.
say I have a real
Number
life
1 was
stalker.
dragon's breath, and it had
I
such
do.
a nice
It's him.
aroma. I took a big old
That's
bite and
iconic.
it nearly slipped
Brittany
into a
Shea, yeah.
coma. Oh, sweet
Gary
Lord,
Owens,
what is this thing? My uvula's on fire. My ears are ringing and my nose is running and my feet are starting to perspire. Then number 2 was called flamethrower. And it was not this thing. One taste, my eyes, ears, nose, and throat all shot out long blue flames. Help somebody, call 911. I don't think I can breathe. I can't seem to catch my breath. All I can do is breathe. Then I heard somebody screaming uncontrollably. I tried to see who it was, and Lord have mercy, it was me. The winner was simply Charlie's chili. Sounded innocent enough, but it knocked me backwards off the stand with one taste. I got up morning looking for a doctor or an ice cold bottle of water.
Of course, he is always
Got
drinking.
down to a
He's
keg
always
of
drinking.
beer
He has so much to say about me. I'm not a drunk.
It made me
I'm not a freaking drunk.
It's been a year now, and I can only sip a smoothie now and then. If I try some solid food, the flames flare up again. I'm gone, it burns and blisters from my mouth down to my colon. What little skin that's left in all is inflamed and badly scored. So I write to you, dear mother, just to say goodbye.
Oh my
To
God.
warn you and the family of one thing before I die. Do not eat Texas chili. It'll put you in the ground. And even if you should survive, you won't be able to sit down. Do not eat Texas chili, mama. You will surely die. Don't ever mention Texas chili to me. I will tell you why.
You would love her. She's
Just
the
a
best.
thought will fire up memories that'll wreck my solar plexus. The other day I judged the red hot chili cook-off. I love you, Texas.
I heard he's like just as coming after me just as hard, like, and I have no idea why.
You can have him, Laura.
I don't want it. I don't fucking want it. I've been worse than you. I totally ignored it. name. And he still goes on and on for months. Months.
Well, please take him off my hands.
Show your
I
age.
don't want
Show your age.
Oh,
Give him my allergy thickening treatment.
Do not want him at all.
I hate Christmas
You know when
shopping.
you go in, you get in the supermarket and you see
It
the
makes
fruit and you
me
pick up a bag of grapes and look at the bottom and like,
special things old.
That's
Must
not.
be
what the
for the
strawberries
next
got some
day.
white and
Correct.
Ugh.
Give a boy an army call.
You leave a comment anywhere
But make him
and he goes live for 4 days straight.
give a girl
Like,
a
aren't you like this big shot
job
producer
and
in
a
your
whole
20s?
life.
You rap and stuff.
It doesn't even have to be you that's leaving a comment. Like, he'll pull up troll comments and he blames them on me. He's like, this is Tiffany right here. Like, he thinks I'm every troll. I don't even have to, like,
I know. He's more than me. I don't understand the night. I don't think I'm like, dude, I got a million fucking things down. But I'm gonna come up with fucking drill accounts tomorrow. I was like, this is
Just
I
like
don't know who my troll accounts are. I don't give a shit.
it's the best
no, I'm not anyone's friend now. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know.
she ever bought me.
wait, what is this?
I thought you guys had made it good.
That keeps on giving. Yeah,
I
I
message.
I got it.
it's Christmas without something to feel
He doesn't even go to the bathroom.
So sure.
The analyzer's doing good over there with a crash. Analyzer could be better at true crime than John. Holy shit!
I don't want to know anything about her anymore. Anything. What? No, don't say anything else. Don't let anybody find her, please. Oh my god. That's terrifying. Holy shit.
I got it in. I did
The
it
tears,
from my boots, my life. For some time.
Yeah,
That keeps on.
It
just seems to be.
that was my favorite one.
I've been getting you for years. We're getting back. I've been getting you for years.
I'm so glad that I'm so glad that you went live with my name on the title and
Oh shit, I opened my get the coaching site. Who's got a fucking problem?
Mrs.
Analyzer got a true crime channel.
Want to know how to get rid of your diabetes?
I know
Good.
what
Then
it's
you
like
must
for
see
people
this.
that
Top American
obsess and
Diabetes
tell all
Doctor
the
reveals her
stories, and it
all-natural
drives
trick
me
to restore
crazy to
healthy
figure
blood
it
sugar
out.
levels and
Why do
reclaim
you think
insulin
he has an
sensitivity
issue
in
with
record
you?
time. So stop everything you're doing and click below to watch this short, free video that this blood sugar specialist created. The famed natural health doctor, Marlene Merritt, has discovered a natural way to reclaim the healthy insulin response you were born with in record time. Did you know erratic blood sugar and insulin resistance have almost nothing to do with your pancreas or glucose in your blood? A shocking link between insulin resistance and dietary fat was discovered by researchers at University of Pennsylvania, along with scientists from the prestigious Science of Life Laboratory and Cambridge University. These studies show that insulin resistance and high blood sugar aren't just a reaction of too much glucose in the blood. Instead, research reveals high blood sugar and insulin resistance is actually an internal malfunction caused by an overproduction of a byproduct created when amino acids are broken down in the body, causing extra fat to be transported into muscle tissue. And if you've been struggling with high blood sugar for over 2 weeks, chances are there's a massive buildup of this byproduct in your body. That's why no amount of diet, exercise, or even medication have been able to lower and stabilize your blood sugar. The truth is, you have to force out the surplus of this byproduct from the inside. And this breakthrough discovery
Send it to the fucking bank.
First time we met, he flashed that couple smile. His steamy-eyed glance said, "You drove the wild." So we drove out to the country and parked beneath the stone where you fogged up my windshield and set my soul fire. Will you move in my place that very same night? I was so happy I love your side. One day I came home early, found a man in my closet said he didn't have to see. Now I made these things up and much things while he was playing hide and seek with all his clothes in his face. Get your feet off my table, get your shoes on my feet, get your hat off my head, put it on your head. Get your coat out of my closet, put it on your back. Get your burning whiskey record stuck, it's time for you back. Get your arms all around me, ain't no need to try. Get your tongue out of my mouth, so it's you back. Get your out of my mouth, I hope that's still a green. Get your tongue out of my mouth, ain't no last thing. Get your tongue out of my mouth, we'll try that again. Get your tongue out of my mouth, get your tongue out of my mouth. Let's just say adios, it's saying get your tongue out of my mouth, it's you back.
It's good fun. Every night.
Yeah, the flame has thickened and passion has cooled. I hate to lose you, darling, but I won't be fooled. Cause you just can't be true, dear. You're spreading it around. You shattered all that letter from me. Now put you down. Get your dog out of my dog. Get it out of my tree. Get your bird out of my bird cage. I'm setting you free. Get your toothbrush out the bedroom. Your stockings off my mind. Get your furs off my vest. Off my friend of mine. Get your arms around me. I won't leave your house. Get your tongue out my mouth. Don't kiss you by.
Well, teach your fucking mom to love them if you ever come.
Wait, she knows what's
She showed a receipt that she gave 17,000, but she used 32,000. There's a receipt for 10,000 on the pillow. But we don't even know what was raised. She never showed what is happening. She's saying that next time she gets paid from YouTube or something, the rest is gonna go there. So like Thanksgiving time. But nobody knows how much money was actually put in, and she won't show anybody. She won't tell anybody. So that's more of the problem.
Diane, you're looking real good right now.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Like this.
Not really. It's not the same circumstances, but it's looking really, really bad. No. Listen. She put 17,000.
I wasn't sure where I was.
So that's good. But how much did you bring in? We're asking, how much did you bring in? I don't need to answer to you.
Are you a real Indian?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Oh, so
Where are you from? What's your name?
And then when I heard it, I went,
That's not your real name.
so
I had to change it when I moved to this country.
let's
Well, I
just say
thought. What was it before you
she's giving
changed it?
you money off the top,
Right.
which could be very likely.
Very likely.
It could be likely, and imagine that it's not. Imagine she is a person
Maybe.
of integrity and moral high standing. That would be fucking great. In this day and age,
Yeah.
listen.
My mind was full of weird characters, protesters, videos I had to shoot. And that drum. Was it just in my head or was it a real drum? It seemed to be coming from inside this tent.
And you want to know something? Somebody's telling you. I don't want you to
Cherokee, but have you heard about a tribe that they call the Woodies? We have many groups down around Chattanooga. Now Chattanooga is not a well-known name, but they got one thing that's the claim to fame. They do the boogie.
That is not a
boogie, say boogie. I went to do the boogie. We do the boogie all around Chattanooga. It's Chattanooga, boogie, do the boogie.
I don't think that's correct. Okay, that's a very, very liberal cry for fucking attention. No. What's a friend? Okay? What's a friend?
Celebration, it's all kind of dances in Indian. Smith, but you ain't never heard the boogie till you heard it like this. They do the boogie, they do the boogie, say it's boogie. They do the boogie all around Chattanooga, woogie.
Why are you getting mixed up with these fucking lowers? You got your shit together. You what out of your fucking mind?
I just don't understand why you believe such things. I guess it's my question.
They do the boogie, there's nothing wrong with what she did, but
just like when people questioned me and I showed the books, covering the names, but I showed every order. I said, go ahead, add up $5. Add up $5 for every single order. You'll get the exact amount that I gave you. Most people don't do that. But if you're going to do a fundraiser or you're going to give people money, then show the result. It's not that hard. So for her not really transparent is where I'm because she needed to be fucking transparent.
So Laura, how much of this did you watch go down? Did you watch something?
I watched one of my Patreons rocked the Enchanted Light video last night. I was like, oh, watch something on the background while I'm making labels in that.
Really?
Yeah, I like this video.
This was a dream. It was turning into a
Listen, I said I'm never doing another scam again. Like, don't ask me. I don't want nothing to do with it. I'll take a year off my life, but you don't really need to. Enchanted Light
Come
back
explore
around
your
because
local Total Wine
they're
and More.
keeping track
We
of
have wine,
everything.
beer, and spirits from all around the
That's
world.
the only thing
And the
that I
nation's
know
largest
about being on
selection.
your
You'll
panel
find
that day.
high-end spirits of every variety. Over 8,000 wines, 2,500 beers, and 5,000 spirits. From sparkling wine to tequila, we've got it all. Try some new finds at our tasting room. We have more products available than
You
anyone.
lied
Rare
every
collections
time.
and low prices you'll love.
You run a
So come explore
collusion
Total Wine and More today.
with a few other
I
select
say it again, I can say it again. The
idiots.
candle, the Summer Wells candle was never for sale, but I'm telling you, I'm about to start selling them. Since you guys want to run with it, I don't need permission. So
Get your name out of here, pretty Gabby.
So you guys don't have to worry. I'll start selling it, and then you guys will start to talk about. How's that? How's that? And I'll keep all of it. I won't even give $5. I will fucking keep all of it. You like me? How do you like me now, bitch?
Searching for the mother.
There you go, sweetheart.
What are these people talking about?
I don't know. They have to bring up the handle.
So Amber Robinson says, you just said you'll never be part of a scam again. I said I will never, ever deal with a scam again. Rewind. Be kind and rewind and listen. You know what I'm actually saying. Because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. How would I be scamming? I did not take any money. Makes no sense. You know what, Amber? Here, I'll give you like 10 timeouts because I feel like it. For such a stupid fucking comment. Alright, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. Laura, take care of everybody.
Okay. I'll take care of everyone.
Alright.
Who wants a Summer Wells candle going for $75?
Oh my god, you are not!
For $74 a piece. And then I'll give you guys something to talk about. And there you go. And payment has to go through Molly, full license, personal PayPal. And that's it. Pay if you're not holding hard. I mean,
I'm poor and a church mouse. Settle down. I'm just telling you about church mouse. He loves a fuzzy little church mouse. Lord, where to live like that? He's a cold natured critter. Yeah, I cut the toe out of both
Listen, if this 60-year-old grown woman wants to cry, I got my life together, I don't need this. Why don't you end it now?
What a neck.
End it now.
Got more neck.
Clear your name. But I'm telling you, we don't know who's fucking crazy and who isn't. Listen, guys, your information is fucking out there. People don't like you.
why is John Weinstein involved in everybody's business? Why is he involved in Tiffany's business? Why is he involved in my business? Why is he involved in anybody's fucking business? Does he not have a life of his own? Does he not? I'm telling you, he needs to fucking marry Alicia. They are perfect together. Perfect. I don't get why he can't stay the fuck out of it. All of our businesses. He wants over the life.
He just squirmed around, looked up that eagle, clashed him, and the gold turned into a smile. That eagle dropped him like a hot potato.
John has inserted himself in everybody's business. Everybody meaning me, Tiffany, Marissa. He has basically inserted himself in all of our business for no reason. He would be a power couple, I agree. Oh my God! Like I already gave $5.
No, I know it wasn't like high. Every time I look over, she's back.
Okay, Lefty.
I was just telling you. She came up to help me.
She's in here. She's in here on the full night.
Who's she?
Ira.
Ira, you can come home through your own name.
Yeah, she said she's laughing.
So Fortnite?
Can we not be too nice yet? Let's see how she pans out.
Yeah, I know. I was like, listen, I'm in the car. I was like, you want to know something? Maybe she realized that we're not so fucking bad at all.
Maybe.
A lot of people come to that realization. Nicole, thank you for that $5. No drama with the fundraising. Nicole, who are we talking
enrolled in a
about?
Bible
You need, as an observer,
I got the directions
let's
and
be
we
honest.
took off
This
and it
is
only
all
took 6 hours to get totally lost. Right back up in the hill.
Why are you listen? Who's lying about
But none of this even has to be an issue. If you and them would just show the damn receipts, that's it. This could all be fucking over. Nobody would say anything if they would just show the receipts. Just show the proof. That's it.
Well, they preached some sermons and sang some songs, and they preached some more, went on and on. Really
way
broke me
out
out.
there?
I have not all I
A lot of people don't like her.
Then to pull down the shades and then walk down the guy next to me said, "Here, pass this
When I
down."
saw her,
I turned and let myself got it and it was
you know,
that Thursday night day, God bless, we're running through the forest, way back up in the hills of Tennessee. Yeah, we started making tracks when they broke out Diamondbacks. You'll see the devil out of 4 hours of me.
they don't want their kids.
The He said, take it, man. Don't you believe? I said, I believe all right. I believe I'll leave. I reached the door, but she planted away white as a sheet. And I picked her up and I couldn't find the door. And Pratt was crawling all around the floor. That's when the spirit hit my feet.
I didn't say that. I don't know where she was. I never asked because I was
somebody's feet off a new golf ball in a tiny old bathroom. I mean, I was moving on. Trying to shake her away. For a while there, I thought the Lord had called her home. And then somebody dropped a big and the doors came to her. She grabbed that thing from the table and commenced to swing it around the head. It all she gave it a crack like Lash the Moon. Her tail came on, sailed across the room, and then she did a tap dance on the rest of those suckers till there's all dead. So I grabbed her by the hand and we headed out the car. She hurried with the preacher. I don't know who you are or where you came from or where you came. But let me tell you something, old practice. Now, if you don't know nothing about no Bible camp, and me and my husband on our way.
Yeah, she took her donation back and was going to send it to the thing instead. And Q put it out. She was listing off all the people that were taking their donations back because there was zero transparency. So when people started to take them back, she started to put them on blast and started showing her receipts. People started taking back their donations. She blamed that on me. I told no one to take back anything until I asked for transparency, and she told me this shouldn't owe me shit, and other people were asking questions, and I kind of all just
became vindictive.
Yeah,
when
that.
People decided to give it straight to the actual fundraiser.
Actually, hold on. I'm gonna let you hear something. Be right back. Give me a minute.
Okay, I'll watch another dish.
Well, no, you already heard it the other day on my.
Just why did it? How's it got me?
No, I was saying I already played it for you the other day when she said, "Fuck donating to Civis Inc. Put it in the Cash App or something." What did she say? What were exact words?
I didn't hear that.
You didn't? Okay, I'll play it for you.
Play it right now.
So it seems mine's seen as my last name and his title. And his title?
When she comes back, I'll tell her about Tawanda. Tawanda's actually the reason why. I mean, not the reason why. I'm not blaming her. I'm saying she's one of the reasons why I started asking for, proof for Tawanda. She's getting phone calls in her real life. It's crazy.
Yeah, but Mr. Walker, the fact that he's always doxing me is a problem. It's a big problem.
Sweet Lord.
The fucking moron.
There may be some validity in what those people say, but in my case, it's all
Just ignore John. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He'll say anything.
Yes, me and Tiffany have a secret team going behind the scenes that nobody ever thought and nobody's ever thought. But it's secret. It's so secret that it's like the invisible person.
The chat cracks me up.
Oh, he doxes me all the time.
What are you watching over there?
He's building his dead child. Exactly, but I'm just saying, nobody cares that he doxes me all the time.
He used to get like 40 watchers, and now he's got like 140. It's the best he's done for them. Oh my God.
I'm gonna make a penis candle and call it
Stop.
Call it John Weinstein. Black me. A big black candle. He'll probably buy coal.
Hello, nursery station. Could you send somebody through 402? Quick! Yeah, my fireman stuck in the up position. I'm folded up in here like a big taco. Oh, if you've got the proper power. Hello, honey. Don't be alarmed. Just try to evacuate.
Yeah, it's so secret house that nobody's ever bought one and nobody's ever seen one. That's how secret it is. Like the invisible one. The tea light one. All right. Matter of fact, let me order that mold.
Kendall's a sweetheart. Small tea light. JC.
Well, went to the Shade Perry. The food was good there. They said I should try some of that their vicious watch. When they brought it, oh, I said, don't you just have some tomatoes? He said,
Desiree, hold on.
He did.
What's going on with her last night? Talking about her during that stuff that I swear she never said anything. Why are there all these videos saying that it's
They found two. I tell you, friends, them gourmet restaurants ain't for me.
Woo!
Well, a few months later, some friends insisted they try out the champagne. After waiting an hour and a half,
Everyone needs to take a shelf
and didn't read the menu. So I asked the waiter, how's the beef? He
Whatever
said,
happened with a candle, nothing happened with a candle. Laura took it down.
I thought I'd seen around me. More so hurt real bad.
Don't bring the candle.
I never freaking sold a gold pen. Just beneath that state car, I was confused in every way. I'm not even too sure about the soup du jour. I used to get that every day. Oh, yeah, the way to say
Let's talk about the candles.
yeah, I know you needed the shape. I said,
People always come up. People say that, Laura, people say you're still selling them on Facebook.
I never sold one. Not one.
where's that snooty walk?
Who was with the Alicia kid?
Bring it what you want.
Oh no, that was a special order.
I tell you, friends, and gourmet restaurants ain't for me.
That would be funny if you did.
Well, they said I'm hard to at least try out some of their wonderful dessert. I had to try it. Waiter said, well, that's
Friends, why don't you go as wine?
the chillest chili is magnificent. But when they brought it, it was still on
Aw.
I jumped up on the big bowl, that cold
This is what such a losers. Really.
No, wait. I got one. Why did we get a strawberry?
No need to worry
Drop
about
that.
yeah, the waiter's actually in you want it. You want it, bring it what you want. I like greens and red beans, big old black ice cream.
Never. He never had a video. There isn't one.
For me.
No, but he talks about it like there is one. He like the chopped. He acts like the chopped. The team of people that took a month to put all that together, I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. It took him a month and a whole team of people.
Kendall says, aren't there 4 videos?
Oh my god. Either way, it took a month for a team of people to put together recordings of me.
What's up,
Okay.
y'all? Chase Rise here with Mountain Dew. Check out my
Great.
music video.
Play them.
Well, guess what? Tiffany's got recordings that I heard of you, John, talking about Kim Lowry. And then you lied. Remember when you lied and said, we have family with Kim Lowry? She was talking to Tawanda and Dana. That's who she was friends with. Tawanda and Dana.
Here I come.
All he does is fucking lie. Tawanda come out of the thing and be like, that's bullshit. Why is he putting my name? I remember what she said today. I read it over there.
All right, great.
Put families inside you. Sure they are, John. Man, all these friends cheering. People are fucking buying it like he's the hero. Tiffany's got fucking voice recordings. I heard that. I heard them. I'm like, because I'm not that kind of person. I don't want to go that way.
I would never do that to him. You can go fuck himself.
And they're bad. Go ahead, John. You get someone that's really thirsty for 40,000 views. That shit, you and your fucking girlfriend talk mad shit about a woman who you believed was dying. And he's laughing about her, saying that she's a total fucking liar. Please don't trust her. And then you just want to fucking lament after she's gone? At least I kept the fucking real. Where are you going? We're not going out again. Like the shit snake, I'll forget it. I don't pay respect to those who are in the talks. Take the opportunity to apologize. Yeah, it is fucked. A horrible way to treat people. And then act like you're the fucking hero at the end of the day. Do something with your fucking life, John. Do something with your fucking life. All you do is fucking hurt people. All you do is fucking hurt people. We try. I'll fucking dude, and these videos. Talking about, yeah, I used to hang out with white boys.
When somewhere out of that distance came a big deer.
You the weirdest shit about it.
Listen, I don't get on my channel and start playing all those videos I had from his old days. Like, I don't go to other communities and talk about John. I don't get on their panels. And, like, I've looked around a couple places and I've listened to some things, but I've never showed up in any of those people's chats. I've never tried to talk to people who are, like, they didn't even know that John was dipping in women's drama. And, come on. Like, let it go. It's too much. John's extra. He's way too extra for me.
So the last
What's your point?
You know what? I know. I went to Lauren. People don't know that. No, people don't know that. I was pissed. This was a while ago. I went to Laura and she said no. Remember?
36 videos. John's last 36 videos are about music.
The thing is, though, I'm glad that she said no because I don't want to do that. Like, as much as he bothers me at times, I don't want to put him out. And you know what? Maybe that's what he's pushing me to do.
I do remember that.
Well, I'll just say what I heard.
Thank God. Somebody get on out here and let's be sure to bring you up.
And they were playing her the whole time. Playing her tension, blah, blah. That's what it is. And it went on and on. I was like, I even said to Tiffany, I was like, Tiffany, people with their fucking shit.
I won't do it to her though. Like he's not gonna bring that out of me. So if that's what he wants, he can quit.
He also, before talking about me and Tiffany, couldn't even get 500 views on a video.
You know, now he's got like creepy weird people. There's like the corniest trolls ever. They say the stupidest shit. Yeah, no, there's this whole channel is Tiffany Marie, or whatever. Like it's never ending. I honestly don't think he realizes that I don't listen to people talk about me negatively. At least I try to keep it to a minimum because I don't like to breathe that in. It's not good for you to listen to negativity.
And his title right now is "Do They Really Want Me to Leave Them Alone?" John, nobody talks about it. You're the only one that talks about it. You are fucking gross. You're a total narcissistic fucking piece of shit. It's as insecure as Alicia. Carry on. 36 videos. Show me one me and Tiffany did. You won't find it. So carry on.
But I haven't asked him for maybe a couple of for way too long. Blessed.
I wouldn't even give him the satisfaction of making him stand the castle. That would feed his narcissistic nature.
Anthony called me up and said, "You better buy a sweater." You better buy a sweater. I didn't even know what the fuck alibi meant. I was just being a scary friend about oh, shit! My phone is just to be I said, holy shit, I said, oh shit, that's me, I do want to know something. How much have you made on merch? $122. I will never,
I agree 100%. I'm sorry, but I just think that that's weird. Because she's got way more subs than me, but I'm pretty sure he took my video down.
It's 26,000. He got monetized in 3 weeks because of me. You go up there and say, I found you
Beyond
because
knows
of
you see your
Mama's
work
Library.
like no one else does. So feed them
Remember?
like no one else can.
Remember you
Beyond
slashed it?
faith and purpose.
If you like that gift, gift of the
Because seems the true meaning of a
Last summer I thought
there is no denying. He loves hearing himself talk.
Right.
He's
Somebody
very keen.
one of my patrons said, you gotta play the videos of these guys that are attacking. Who's attacking?
The videos that
Oh,
they're
who said that?
Who's one of my patrons? What's the challenge?
you gotta go Brian said that.
It's skill box, right?
I don't know.
Are you talking about that old stuff when he was involved with his name? So Gary. Tommy, yeah. I'll be right back.
Only got 115 subscribers. You don't care. John always with, I always messing with TN and NGL.
Then we saw him. Perfect sight with the trees on the left and the creek on the right of a clearing that fits the tent just what we had tonight. Each fired out feeling extreme. Now I bet you the tent took 4 hours or so, but then the sun was sinking low.
Oh my God. All right, let me get his cash out.
What's his channel name? That's that A-Depth. Hold on a minute. I'm trying to find, because I know I came across him. I'm going to drop his link in the chat for everybody. We'll show him some love.
Look at this. I didn't realize he had a beard.
Can't hear it.
It's a fucking Brian John.
What happened then when sparks from the campfire carried by the wind set a fire
Yeah, you can't even hear it. Did you have a link to the original video?
Yeah, spread from the bags and the leaves to the trees, breathing out of control and fanned by the breeze. I thought all was lost again, thanks to God. It started out.
Yeah, John is the worst fucking rapper I've ever heard. And I said that even when I was friends.
Well, the fire
I
was
said,
out.
John, please give it up. It's horrible.
Slap out. Days of events floating on our air mattresses and mud ankle deep. Whereupon my wife said, I really need to know now, where is the restroom? And when it finally stopped raining, it was cold and late, no mysterious noises kept us awake, and we all knew we'd been mauled or axe murdered in our sleep. At this point, I knew to go to the store to serve. It was a bad idea. I was dozing on just about to dream about a holiday inn when a blood-curdling scream announced the presence of something in the tent covered with ash. That's when I said, leap up there, son, and light the cold. There's be something here with us. Well, we lit the lantern, and there he was, a little beady-eyed buzzard. He chased him out the tent, head on into a bear.
You can't hear it.
Frothing at the mouth. I ain't talking no gentle bear here. He fired back on his horse, he cleared out a crowd. We all turned white and let out a howl. Went back through the woods and just stared without a flashlight or a lamp. It's amazing what a dream can do. I mean, I'm a track star. My chubby little wife just went into the child with his son. Never mind the next one. Well, somehow we all made it to the sun, and I had to crank it with a quick hot wire. I left the keys in the backpack.
Fucking Brian with the music.
Oh my God, go get the real video. Is this one of Brian's videos?
Yeah.
I wonder why it sounds like shit.
All right, I think I found it.
I wonder when Brian will stop putting that music in the background. He does it so he doesn't get copyright. No one's gonna copyright him. Share it out, Brian. You don't need all that garbage. What did he say, Marissa? Did you hear it? Because I couldn't.
I could hear him. That fucking guy was pissed. I got fucking pissed.
It was like echoing, and I didn't understand why, but now I know our minds can't.
Channel, watch out, don't bring this person up on your name. Always giving people advice like he's looking out for your best interest. Let me tell you something, honey. This is the same motherfucker who came in here when Chris watched the first time. It's been real. That was his channel. He was trolling me to be an SDS. And then all of a sudden he starts being nice. Then he asked me, wrench. And then he's like, oh, let me have your phone number. So I start to talk to him and he starts to like become my friend. And then all of a sudden, you know, Justice is there, Oni, Lana, and he just kind of developed into something. Oh, he's like, I'm thinking about getting this treatment. So he's like, let me interview you. Boom! So after all my posts being on YouTube, he does one interview with me. He's like, ha ha ha. This is why he goes, I got monetized in 3 weeks. So did Oni. So did Chaz. They all did. Guess what? Oh, and Jay for Justice too. But interviewing me, all of them. Guess who did the same thing? John. And he used to get so mad when people would be nice and say, I thought you was not reliable. You were blocked and you deleted. Put a 1 if you remember that. Put a 1 if you remember that. Why is it that he would say, oh, I've been on YouTube for 9 years. Now it's what? You still have a successful channel? Guess what? I've been on for 3 years. I still have a shitty fucking channel. That's why you know why. I told you about drama. That's why my fucking channel sucks. But you don't have a fucking personality. Look, I'm funny. And you're shit talented. You can't fucking excel in anything. You try to go after everybody's fucking marriage and say that they're fucking unfaithful because you are unfaithful. Just because you got problems in your marriage doesn't mean you gotta try and make up lies about my marriage. Don't you ever fucking go there. Because I will fucking call my husband down. And let him know your fucking information on what you have fucking said. Saying that I was dying to F you, you disgusting pig. How dare you? Dying to sleep with you. Are you insane? Then I begged you. First off, you want to know something? He fucking lied. Want to know how he lied about the simplest fucking shit? In New Orleans, right? I got fucking arrested. Next morning, I'm pregnant. I'm going to get something to eat. Check out the brothers want to go. I go myself and they put it. I do the 7 o'clock meet and greet. July comes around. Oh, there's no crimes. I don't know what he didn't come. I said yes. He changed the story 3 times. First he said, I'm 90% sure. Then he said, I'm 90%. And then he said, I'm sorry, but my wife fucked up my money situation. Blamed it on him. And the thing is, I thought that his wife was going to come with him. So then he goes around saying that I, right? This is what he says. That I solicited prostitution. I swear on my life. He said it. It's clipped. You got it. I solicited prostitution from Elon's friends who dropped me off from their casino over to the top. I didn't know things. But just think, I had just gotten out of the big clicker for the first time in my life. And I'm going to say, hey, sure you're looking for a date? No one knows. Then he won't even try that. I say that when we were in Las Vegas, and the question who called me up a year ago and said, a year ago, a year and a half ago, we talked to Owen the very last time. First 15 said, Marissa, she hated me this time. She said, what happened in Vegas? He said, no, I had a great time. was like, hey, so Elo's 44th birthday next year. Hey, John turns it into Holly's own right was at the club with Elon's friends. Elon's friends were there with their girlfriends and their wives. And then I walked up to each and every one of them. This is coming from John's mom. I'm John's mom. How do you not talk? John's mom, he was not there. I walked up to each of them. Saying, hey, I don't know what he said, but he said, I solicited myself to each of the ultimate account. I swear on my fucking life, okay, don't you think Joanna, Emo, and King would have freaked the fuck out? I think so. Yeah, it is crazy and it's unbelievable. Also,
Marissa, I had my screen on.
hold on. Also, let's just remember that I had won $800 and gave it to Iman for his birthday. Thank you very much. I went there with thousands of dollars in cash, and I barely spent shit. You fucking liar. Now, I'm gonna wait till I fucking tell my husband. My husband said that guy, John Price, won't step up to the office.
Put down that phone, both hands on your steering wheel. Ain't been tired, driving me crazy. It ain't no more son, it's your automobile. She has the vanity down her face, messing with her hair in her high-rise four-wheel drive. Sitting way up in the air, she just looked on like a bitch, rubber girl that I know. But when she tried to dial her phone, that's when she heard the crash. Drive me crazy. Put down
Now, the irony in it, what it says about it. Description. Token, suburban token black guy turned battle earth blogger goon, exiled from the VR community.
Battle rap.
What's it for? Oh yeah. My husband in Jersey got on the phone and he's trying so nice. My husband stop. Remember when you said afterward? He's not one step up. It's your heart. He's saying on his fucking channel that I was very You want to know something? Somebody else said that he had a mild case of AIDS. But no one wants to talk about that, so I figured that was a rumor. Do I go with it? No. But that's what my husband said, and he was fucking right. He hates it because he failed in his marriage and he abandoned his kids, right? You just up and left your fucking kids, and then you blamed it on Tiffany, right? Blamed it on fucking Tiffany. You got a problem with your parents, you want to try to pull it. And everybody's fucking parents.
cities.
You appreciate nothing.
This video was made less than a month ago.
Municipal park.
Hold on a second.
And here in the bushes and waiting
That
for
tried to
somebody
get
to come
him
walking
a
along by
helping
himself
hand
in
with
the
this
dark.
challenge. Everybody that fell into
For
his
somebody
fucking
not suspecting nothing.
trust him.
Had jump out the bushes all of a
Accepted
sudden.
his friendship.
Beat on his chest.
He's the one that stepped
Jump
out.
up and down and he said,
Nobody really goes to him. If he ain't got shit to offer. He doesn't have shit to offer. And
"What's his
everybody knows
head
it.
talk for?
He's
Lou, I bet
no
that scared you, ha-ha.
He's a loser. I said,
Scared that broke ass ass out.
fucking
Look,
loser.
there, turn white and
John,
run.
I'm fixing to tell you about yourself.
Gotta
Bitch.
keep off the grass, son, run through the hurricane, fence, fill it
Step
in,
up.
swimming pool, and
Fucking
drown.
homeless. That's what you are.
Well,
Right.
I thought
Every
this was the
fucking
funniest thing that he had ever seen. He laughed, jumped back in the bush,
Yeah, my
got
friend.
ready to do it
He's
again.
done less than a
The
month
next
ago.
guy to come along was the nearest sighted local DJ, just mopping down the sidewalk on his way to work with a bunch of different on his arm that he was one play.
They say that
So here
not
comes,
only the
not suspecting nothing. Had jump out the bush
I
all of a sudden. Beat on his chest, jump up and down, and he said,
but they can't move down with that
smile, you on candy cow.
this clap right here. I'm real.
Man, that DJ was so excited he thought Harry was a rock and roll singer. So you know, bad hands, smile, slapping on the back, say, "No way, baby, I'm on that record because you too cool, too cool, too cool." Then it's that vibe, bopping along down the sidewalk. Talking about how we stop, turn around, do a little boogaloo, shingling. Well, that's really shit, Harry. I'm gonna stop it. Run this whole day, so he run back to the stage fast he could go. Jump up on his little swing, put both hands over his eyes, and didn't look for 3 hours and 45 minutes. But that's not the end of the story. Here's what happened. Well, the DJ played.
John is not in law.
Yeah, that's it. Telling people he's a cop. He is. He sounds like a cop. I heard it. I heard that.
And the girl screaming, he'll sit on his swing.
This is their guy. He's a cop. You know how Arsenal has cop friends? These niggas pretty much got cop friends. All right, let's that's just remember that he's black on the video. All right? Really proud of this YouTube snitch. I told you, if you will snitch to YouTube, you will snitch in real life.
That's a good point.
Back and you know you see your people doing the job. So you feel like no one else can. So y'all want to be so it's not y'all say you're incredible. That's
So before you download someone's video, make sure you copy the YouTube link. Don't worry if they remove the video or take it down. That link stays on YouTube forever to be subpoenaed by users or cases of cyberstalking. So when you download someone's stuff, make sure you get the URL.
Wait, is this man talking about cyber stalking, Tiffany? Really?
You went to somebody on the other YouTube pages that I just made. You have to comment on every single video saying lies about it. It's another charge, you know.
He's literally saying that he's scared for his life because niggas are blogging about it. And he's telling you that he wants to take this up to the police now. Keep listening.
Entering my name. And as I read these, I know you're
You made a video trying to talk some rah-rah shit, and you gonna come see me and shit, nigga. You are a cop. You are a fucking snitch. You are a pussy ass weirdo. And what's crazy is I'm getting information from people in the crime and mystery, because this dude also has a page where he loves to break down like old rape cases, serial rapists, I think he gets off on it. There are women in that community saying that you have not only harassed them but violated them, and there's actually accusation that you're a pedophile yourself. I'm gonna have to do a lady from the platform to speak on this.
sorry because I read every single comment on my
I
video.
heard that, by the way, when that girl went up and talked back there. Did you hear that, Marissa? What's that?
By the way, the blogger that made this video,
Yeah.
he's not on YouTube. I don't know what happened. Just think.
I was nice to you. I was polite. I was nice to you. That video, I was nice to you. You gave me what real last time. So you made me on this terrible video. You go, you want to you are so into this stalking. You need to be definition of stalking. You made me
I'm gonna get a hold of this guy making a video on something.
So you did research on it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I never even went that low. John's all over me. Home. He's everywhere. Guys, who gives a shit?
What?
But I've not one once. Whoever all these dudes are, saying that this guy is scared, this guy is scared, this guy is scared. I remember a conversation in Jersey has closed country, and I was standing by the bridge, and he said to me, all right, so we can be friends again. Because when I let you know that I got my new girls, they come first. You're so stepping on we're having another conversation. You don't have to believe me, but I swear on my dog. Sorry, and everything in my closet, everything I have, I swear he told me. He tells me, oh my god, click this, click channels. All those dudes, get in touch with them, click this. Swear, he said this to me. You know, in between the times that I was begging to be with him. Okay. He's like, oh my god, I can't wait to get out of this house. I can't wait to move. Oh my god, I can't wait so that nobody can find my address. But he leaves his wife and kids at this address. There's a man out there. Ryan St. John, I think you know about this. There's a guy out there. And John tells me his name and says that this, does anybody know what I'm talking about? He goes,
yes.
This man who lives in another country who came across his video documentary of the girl that hanged herself from a tree. And he's like, he's mad obsessed with her. And he's saying that he's going to come here and he's going to burn down my house and kill my family, cut up my everything. That's what he said to me. He's like, okay. He's like, and I said, John, please. And that's not going to happen. He's like, no. You two remember? You remember? Oh my God. Because I was like, people are not going to believe me. You remember too, Bella? Girls are coming out. You remember when Kendall, can I get you to come up here? Please? You want to know something? She met him.
She got away from him. Let her be.
You want to know? But she's here now. You want to know something? She's doing so well. And you want to know something?
Yeah, but you know what? He fucking terrorizes everybody. He's a terrorizer. All these women.
You want to know something? Bella Vendetta, not Bella Vendetta.
I was just thinking about her when you said that.
I love Bella Vendetta. She's doing awesome. Kendall had his fucking number like that. Kendall was fucking real. She came up on my panel and said that when she met John, the first thing he said when she met him. So I was like, what? She said it all my life. I swear to God. He goes, yeah, he all wanted to do was talk about you and your numbers. Because she was so good at all these different things. But anyway, back to the point. I'm standing at that window going, John, calm down. Nothing's going to happen to you. Nobody's going to kill you. No, you don't understand. You don't understand. He said in detail. Yes, Kendall said, she says, the very first thing. Wow. Wow, John. Are you going to call Kendall a liar? I don't think you will. Let me hear you call me a liar one more time. When I got people backing me up left and fucking right, I got nothing to fucking lose. Everything that comes out of this fucking mouth is the truth. You're the fucking liar. And you're the little pussy. And I'm glad these motherfuckers are coming for your ass. I'm about to tell you about yourself. You are a fucking piece of shit. Leave Laura alone. Leave Tiffany alone. You want to be a fucking badass? Come after me. Come after fucking me. See what fucking happens. I dare you. I fucking dare you. You're talking about fucking legal shit, this and that. Shut the fuck up. You ain't suing anybody. And nobody's suing you because you ain't got shit. Fuck out of here.
Hi, Tiff.
Hey, Science Freak, you see the video? It was made on September 28th of 2021. It ain't that old.
This video is old. This is from his old
Well, this
days.
one is, I know.
Yeah,
But,
the first one
Right.
next month.
but his beef with this guy is brand new.
Right,
We just
right.
put one out a couple days ago, too.
Who did? This kid?
The guy's name is ADEPT Live. John absolutely does not respond to them at all.
Well,
I have
I
5 or 6 guys
listened.
up there roasting him.
Did you hear when that girl went up there, Brian?
Yeah, I've been watching it. And Monty, the guy that made this video right here, is still on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot his channel name. I'll find it. But he's got dreads now. The guy that was wiped John's tear off here.
Uh-huh.
And John absolutely does not respond to these guys at all. And he's continuously going after Steph or Tiffany and Laura. But he will not respond to these guys. They're calling him a fag, a snitch, a homosexual, talking about his kids. And he will not respond to them at all.
Come after me. You want to know something? Brian, why don't you find those guys?
I'm trying.
Yeah, so I'm not as special as I thought I was.
He only talked about it for a few minutes.
Okay. I'll let you get back to your cooking. We're going to talk some more shit about it.
Now, Molly, that guy that you're talking about, I believe the young lady's name from the tree. I think her name is Kristen Davis. Don't let me. I'd hate to get her name wrong. But anybody who spoke on her, this guy would come after her.
Yes, that's what he told me. That's what John said.
He would. And John made it clear he was frightened of it. But he only talked about it for a few minutes. And it's one of the lies that he pulled down. So a lot of people heard it. And sometimes when you do some crime, you get crazy. But here's the thing that if John would just stick to true crime, it would be amazing. He is when he does that, and he cuts all the other drama part out. Whatever it is, it's hitting him. If people's numbers he don't like, if your numbers go up, or if you start to get some kind of popularity, he don't like it. That's why in his lives he starts talking about, I get more views, and I'm more successful. There's something about people going, like Tiffany's channel was and within like 5 months, she deleted her channel, and she comes back, and in no time she got 10,000 subs. Okay, because she's talking about true crime. And he thinks she's going to be stuck on Summer Wells and these cases that she's on now. But I believe she's going to latch on to other cases as well, as they have, because you make a new case every other month. And if she keeps doing it, so he's like jealous of her success.
We all know that.
Numbers really piss him off.
Yeah, he's real big. I noticed that.
But here's the thing that John doesn't understand. And I'm gonna say it quick. John's talent
for videography and scripting things and doing true crime, he would get all the he was going to get in this drama, and he's done it in so many different communities, right? There's something about, I believe, white folks that he hates. And I'm sorry, because okay, so Tiffany made one comment, and then they quickly say this black one. They quickly say, well, I heard both. To be honest, I heard both.
Someone called me a fucking boy.
Right. But John, do you remember when John used to call them white bitches all the time?
Yeah.
So does that make him a racist?
He's definitely a racist.
Wait a minute.
He's a racist because he wishes he was white.
He did literally. He had them on video saying, when I was young, I used to hang with a pretty white man. There's pictures of him in the clubs dancing around and duck flipping with white men. Right? But he thinks everybody is a racist. If you remember when he got into the 180, he said 180 is so white he's almost transparent. Then he said it called him Casper. Then he started talking about hillbillies. Now, if a white person were to do that, they'd be racist. No, that doesn't make anybody racist because they make those undertones or they say something that's off color. Racist people hate other people that are not like them, and that's what they do. They hate. Making a joke, like Dave Chappelle makes jokes on white people, he makes jokes on black people. He's not racist. Fucking comedian. And when John referred to me, what he did to me when I was going after you, he got mad at me. He goes, man, suck my dick, nigga. That's what he said to me. No, I said, nigga. I said, go have a watermelon, boy. That doesn't make me racist. That makes me throw a racist statement back at somebody who called me a word that I don't want to be called. It doesn't make me a racist, and I admit to that. Period. Don't tell me, some man gonna tell me, suck my dick. Fuck what color you are. Then he put up a big thing when I was a racist. No, I just threw it back at you like you threw it to me.
His own community doesn't think, they keep posting pictures of him like with white gay guys. His own community kicked him.
It's on that video.
Black people kicked him.
It's on Skittlepox. There's 50 minutes of John getting roasted. You can see those pictures she's talking about. This is as recent as a month ago. He just will not leave Tiffany alone. It's annoying, dude. It's annoying. And you see people in his chat like figure skating coach.
Oh God, what a disappointment!
Very disappointed because
he
went after her
yeah,
kids.
I remember. Yeah.
He went after those kids that she was teaching.
And the way that he was talking to her that day.
M's.
I was in New Orleans.
John wants a race war. Stop giving him ammunition, please. It's all he does. It's all he does about. I cannot with this bullshit every day.
All his skaters, all his skaters and trolls. You want to know something? Me and Laura, you know what? Me and Laura are doing the same thing as Tiffany, right? When we watched Tiffany's numbers climb up with Summer, we were nothing but proud of her.
I was ecstatic.
There was no fucking, I swear on my life, not one time that Laura had to text me or say, how is she calling this fucking woman?
Nope.
We did it a long time ago with Grambling. She was like, how the fuck is this?
No, I did not go after Laura's kids. If you're new to this arena, I did not go after Laura's kids. No.
Me and Tiffany have been fighting, and I still stuck up for her because that's who I am. And so all these assholes that want to run with something different, be my bad.
Me and Laura have been through something.
Well, people can fight, okay? Here what adults do is they have a little fight and they rub their noses up at each other for a while. They fucking get over it. That's what adults do. I fought with everybody on this panel. Molly, Tiffany, my chat, and Laura used to know each other. And there was a time where Laura wouldn't even let me in her chat period. I go get the fuck out of my chat. Hello, what you do? You fight, and you move on, John. You get over it. So he makes you grow up. You're not hanging out with pretty white boys anymore. You're hanging out with
old ladies.
Old white ladies.
Home, work from home. That's all we do is we work from home. So
it's healthy to it's actually healthy sometimes.
You want to fucking sit back and say, Tiffany's sitting home? Smoking pot all fucking day? That's not true.
Listen.
A fucking cookie at night for pain. It's like I take my shit for pain at night, just like Chickalot's mom. And what does that mean? Okay, so we're just a bunch of potheads?
That's funny.
I don't give a shit. We're the ones that are taking care of our fucking kids. You don't like the fact that the fucking United States doctors that we fall under what is pain management to be able to
Stay away from pharmaceuticals. Half of the people coming after you are on drugs.
Yep.
Oh, they'll get on you, right?
Just
Oh,
so you know.
medical marijuana. Ooh, where's the that's a piece of medical marijuana chocolate. You want to know something? I have a fucking brain tumor. My head is fucking pounding sometimes.
Can you imagine Laura on weed?
Oh my God.
Laura's like anti-weed forever.
No, she doesn't like drugs. She doesn't like
No.
I don't even smoke I don't mess with it.
See?
The definitive guide to
You think a little bit clearer. I used to smoke constantly, all day long. Constantly. You think a
It's no
little
one's
bit clearer.
business, all right? At all. It's nobody's business.
When I went to tacos, I was trying to say,
But anyway, Stephanie, you got a lot of people that are on your side.
Stick around.
No, I just don't think any of this is necessary. That's
I'll
all.
tell you one thing. It's a shame that the whole Q Carla thing didn't
Whatever.
get straightened out while I was in Florida because all that shit was happening. And I said to Stephanie, I said, wait a second. What? And she goes, I didn't want to bother you while you were in Florida. And I'm like, whoa.
No, never.
So I was like,
That's
I
very
wouldn't even
unfortunate.
hang on anyway because I was such a fucking mess case down there. But
I was not gonna call you with this bullshit while you were down in Florida, but I did feel bad because I wasn't around and I was dealing with my own shit. But I kept on seeing your notifications and I felt horrible, and I felt like a bad friend because I wasn't there for you, and I was excited for you that you were there, but there was so much going on. So
dude, they went crazy over your fucking. Did you see the video? I wrote a gift to your country. Dear Roberta, he's the president of me and Tiffany Marie. I never once said that was my fucking idea. And I never once said that I came up with this thing about myself. I took it from Beast Boy and I'm keeping it.
She said that you were talking to her while she was on the phone with her at the dollar store.
We were FaceTiming.
Yeah, something like that.
yes, please, I mean that was right before I got sick.
Like we were laughing hysterical because everything that we needed was in one arm.
It's unfortunate that you and Carl are called out. I don't know anything about it, but it's unfortunate.
I don't even know her. She's a stranger on the internet. It's not a loss for me. I'm being honest, and I'm not trying to be a bitch, but it is what it is. I don't know her. Don't care to. I've seen all I need to see. I think that if you're going to do something such as she is, she needs to be transparent. If she's not going to be transparent, she's going to be questioned. And when people can't get answers to those questions, you're going to receive the lashback that she's receiving. That's not my fault. I can't control that.
We just can't do that, Diane.
Brian, the reason that I had a reaction to the Q Carla thing is I understand that Tiffany was supportive of it in the beginning.
Yeah.
But this is the thing.
So it
For her
going
to
out at night.
lash, for Q Carla to lash out and be vindictive and say everybody who took their donation back and sent it straight there, I'm gonna dox you and call you out. Whoa,
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Hold on, lady. What are you so mad about?
Is this interesting?
This is the way it was supposed to
When
go
I
at
saw
the beginning.
demonstration online,
Yeah, I didn't hear all that. I met Q Carlock when she was on your panel one day, and I thought I was very impressed with her. But I
Barbara was very, very, very generous. She's one of the most generous people in this whole community. I don't even watch people. Oh my God, she's here. I just saw your name. Oh my God, I really.
Maritza, do you know what happened to Tawanda?
No.
So you doxed her. She had her doxed and a lot of times she wants to share secrets. She didn't email back or anything. It was bad.
Juan has been doxxed by the
Wanda can handle it, but listen, it's still not okay, no matter which way you
it's not.
Yeah. Given 17,000, but no one knows how much was actually given. And when people try to ask questions,
Does Q Carlock know the Diana debacle that we all just went through?
No.
That's why people are like that. That's why people are.
it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter what happened with Diana. At the end of the day, if there's a community-wide fundraiser, you have to show receipts. You have to be transparent.
I did one fundraiser.
It's a lot to take on, but you have to. It's just you have Who's saying that?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw
Yes, that's the recording that I was going to look for, Valor Queen.
And you want to go to think that what's his name, Stellar?
Stellar showed up today. Stellar showed up in my chat today.
Well, he hasn't been around for a while.
He hasn't really been around.
Well, I mean, you don't need to do anything. I mean, you're 40. You know what I'm saying? I can see if somebody was struggling financially, we might steal something. You're not struggling at all. You have no reason to steal anything from anybody. And from what I've seen of you, you give away a lot of stuff. You spend your own money on stuff. You were donating to St. Jude way before Diane ever got busted. 94% of people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're in a position where you can give. You don't need to take.
I'm a giver.
Except for last year.
You're giving away hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And God, but usually ladies. Stuff. You don't need to. You might go from 0 to bitch in 2 seconds, but you're not. You have no reason. There's no reason. Some people actually have free copy. Click the link and go download it now.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm not a thief and I'm not a liar. I'm not a fake and I'm not.
You can also pay with 3 easy installments.
What I am is
Go ahead.
lost.
Or
I'm lost. Like I was fed up with all of this shit.
Don't worry about it.
I'm used to this bullshit. And I'm talking with the world.
You're not lost.
And I want to hold save her and say, don't do this. If you're a private person, if you have a job or business to protect, don't do it. You have a marriage to protect, don't do it. You gotta be completely and totally fucking secure with everyone knowing all of your
Everything. They'll find out if you don't tell.
Very true.
Everybody knows where I fucking live.
Adults with fibromyalgia can receive treatment for pain caused by fibromyalgia and get paid up to $350 for participating in local studies. These studies are looking for participants in your area who qualify for treatment. You can help others by enrolling in a clinical study about fibromyalgia that affects almost 10 million people across the United States. You can receive free study-related treatment and earn money through things such as
Perfectly clear that she would not do YouTube.
researchers
She wasn't making
$50 to
The thing is, though,
all you have to do is click the link below and answer.
I will say I don't think that people have the right idea. I think that people have it all wrong when it comes to Marissa.
Don't miss your chance to
Whatever queen you're trying to find it, I know I have it, I just don't know where it is.
They want to hate me and they listen to these morons. And it's fine, because they're the ones that are fucking morons. How many times have we seen people come back? Too many times.
It's a cycle over and over and over again.
Alright, I don't need to interrupt, but Deb brought me back. And
What he said.
I'm happy to come on any time to gas is feminine.
Because I'm late.
I said, if I got tomorrow night, then I said, come over to Knowledge Light and come on now and do nothing.
Send the link. This is her backup channel.
And what down?
Yeah, Caslin, I gave you just
I'll tell you what John said before. If the deaf guy comes right around, what John's going to say is, oh, I'm just going to ignore that guy. It's not worth it.
Oh, yeah.
It's not worth it. But you must be worth it. Because I'm just going to ignore all those guys. I'm just going to ignore all them because they're not worth it. Well, thank you, John. I'm glad I was worth it. So these guys mean business. I'm just going to drag you on it. These guys want to probably you in here.
Laura, let them know. Highlight.
Get up that cash out.
Well, here's the thing.
Listen, you put in a lot of money talking shit about me. I just made money.
John will come off with a deal. I will. Come off now with a deal to this other guy.
Fucking piece of shit.
It's John the kid to handle these guys. We'll talk about people say, well, you want to go to women. Me and Ro went at it. I went at it with several other guys. So John is totally ignoring these guys who are calling everything but John. They're calling you a bitch. They're calling you a bitch.
His old name used to be Controvertible Snitch. Yeah. He's not a cop. He's telling people he's a cop. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Look, I fell out when I heard that.
Well, that's what I video. They got a picture of him all busted up with this other guy. Making duck lists, flipping off stuff.
He's just a pest.
Just like that girl, whenever it comes to yourself, he's gonna put you in jail. He's already put me in jail. You're going to jail.
Did he ever put you in jail, Brian?
He said he's gonna do a video about my millions of people.
Yeah, let him do. He hasn't even done the Britney Shake documentary yet. He's gonna do a video for your son.
What's Ariel?
Brittany Shank for 3 years. How long is she going to do? Brittany Shank deserved that documentary. That's me. That's really sad.
He said to the audience, hey, that's the chat for me or documentary?
What documentary?
Brittany Shank.
Yeah, Brittany Shank. She deserved to have that documentary. So where is it? I've been waiting.
I get a super chat. I get a super chat. I get
Whatever floats your boat.
This is what he did basically. Let's see. Someone super chat me $2. Crappy $2. This is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna show you the genre. Hold on, you're gonna like this. I'm not gonna do Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Is that gonna go towards violence getting paid on Wednesday, or do you want it to go tonight? It just don't matter what.
Wait, what is it for?
They dance good with those.
What?
You need those things. I'll even load it.
Oh, she was still taking away.
It's okay. Yes, please. Oh, I talked.
No, she isn't.
She is.
No, I don't believe it.
She said it tonight.
Monica W is not Stardust. So I don't think that.
She asked them to be right song. It's right. She asked me and my husband.
I cannot believe it without being honest. She's not
It sounded just like her.
She's not like that. She's not tech savvy. She's not. She's lying.
Tries to be removed.
I don't believe it. She could admit it all day long. I believe it. Come in here, Mona. I'm full out of the loop, see? Lord,
she's admitted to it.
We're at the obvious trouble.
I know who I am. You want to bust me out in the front?
Or you get busted for lunch or vegetable ever.
But I don't think that there's much. Yeah, there's police officers there saying that damage was over in your upstairs. Wife was locked down and accidentally made
Almost like, wow, wow. Shouldn't you be making candles for Laura's fingers are green?
They're gonna make a candle that burns for a while, and then it goes out and disappears.
Hey, I'm not lying. Tiffany, I just sent you something. That was
It's that. I don't hate her. I used to really like this.
Oh, shit.
Slow it down. No, how am I gonna do that? You sent it to me on 2 speed.
It's too fast. I didn't do it.
There she is.
First of all, Brian and your skill ass, you should have told me for like right away that it was you.
But oh well, if you
I
want,
never would have struck you away with your skill.
yeah, I've had that back. If you watch the video, everybody knows good talk. I'm not mad. That's the only argument.
I thought that it was a chick. I didn't even know it was a dude. I'm like, who the hell is this Skittles girl? My favorite. I didn't watch. My bad though. I'm sorry, Brian. I never would have messaged you. You know that.
I said it back to you.
Oh, I didn't even see it. Is it too late? Can I take it away?
Yeah, you are.
Well, you don't have to worry about it. That channel's not. I've had that channel about 4 years.
All right.
And I put some I have that channel. I
So this little raunchy fucking channel, so they sent me a picture, screenshot.
I cannot stand her.
She's not even putting my fucking name in the fucking title.
She goes on with that crude AF dude all the time.
He's fighting that other guy. Creepy guy. Yes!
I did want to fight with you. Right. You wouldn't let me on the channel. Yeah, he's gone pretty good. I mean, he had like 12,000 subs. You want to put him in?
Matt said hi.
I think if you're going to talk shit about somebody, you don't open do it. I don't block people. What's up? What's up, guy?
Hey, white boy wasted.
White boy wasted in the house. Hey, as long as you don't say white girl wasted.
White girl wasted.
Yeah, I just got in from the gym, man. I didn't know that was your channel, man. I'll work on taking it down, all right? I thought it was, I was trying to get the other haters, you know, it was nothing towards you. All right, just get with
I knew what it was.
Just get with us off the slide, man. Out here, all right? Right on. Later, Marissa, you doing all right?
She's living the dream.
All right, so I'm just getting in. Much love, though, all right? White boy waste. Don't you ever forget it. What's up? Oh, yeah. One more thing. Maurice, everybody seems to think that, I don't know if you gave me Felicia or we got to click you in when we were protesting and I went to charge my phone and sit in some of your air conditioning somehow, some way. Somehow, some way, the internet has made it. We had. How stupid is that? Yeah. Oh, it was awesome.
Oh, I bet man, I've been on mom's payroll. It's just, I think of Laura and Billy, none of them.
Right on. That's cool. That's solid. Yeah, that's cool that you do that, man. It's hard to find little people in that,
Yeah.
Very hard, man.
Okay, but first, tell them about how I hopped on earlier with Tyra.
I don't know who that is, but I'm sure she will.
Yeah. I wish I still had those videos.
Later, guys. How's it going? Get his info so I can get this stuff taken down.
Can't we just log back in and find the Skittles and undo it?
Oh yeah, no, do that.
Laura
Hey, see John, and they were like, the dude that's on panel. I was like, I'm such an asshole.
I thought it was funny.
I love that Devin Swift has just joined us. She fits in well.
Thank you.
Laura only takes it to Hey, Brian. Excited. Hey, Brian.
Who can't Jeanette's name?
Fishing poles, beans, saltine, crackers, and canned sardines, and Harold brought all the food.
Oh, Tyra and Nicholas.
All right, loaded the boat, filled the tank. Trying to get that motor crank. Harold just sat there sipping on the water. It is really fun. But after a while, straight from the jug, he was singing melancholy baby when we were really
Busy was never like that. Busy is like no, Busy's never been that in all the years that I've ever known. Nope.
Laying there beside him at his feet was an anchor line, coiled up real deep. Harold saw it and white as a ghost and hollered. Oh, you can have it. Straight up and began to yell. I said, sit down, Harold. You stay in almost every night. You're no substance, but it was scared to death. Especially when you get on a break. And then like Laura's thing is, remember when we were I said it's going to end. Cause things just might not work out like you wish. I'm sorry, just leave that woman home and drink. You just have to do it. Don't go in the water with a man who's on the fish. The X got a way of dragging without swim.
I think that it's good that you react to me right.
Why does everybody think this
It was way after dark when that helicopter came with that big search light.
He's not born. He thinks he's like better than everyone. Plus, it's embarrassing. I put him on my ass. I show this one. You're embarrassed.
That's Laura. That's Laura.
just be that. My friend, you can just so that position in the kitchen. Don't go in the water with a man who's trying to fish. Don't go in the water with a man who's trying to fish.
Me saying this is judge over you and show you what you're doing wrong. What you're saying wrong is how you're that person. I'm exposed like that.
But we don't know anything about it.
I like to know that.
I just don't understand why it's original. Like, why does your channel have to revolve around talking about making other people look bad? That, to me, that's not a channel. That's not a creator. Like, what the hell is it? That's stupid. He's stole my damn beer. I can't trust him.
Why, hold on. Molly said it best only people 200,000 subscribers. Only after Trisha Hayes, like 2 people after this commentary on people like me.
Right, and do it on your own. Don't bring 7 people. Do one.
Why can't they ever do positive, like show positive clips and like things of people? Why can't they be positive, like respectful people? Why does it have to be negative? I understand everything love drama, but why can't we just uplift each other?
No, try and speak for yourself. I will never respect like somebody.
Well, no, I'm not talking about how you give it. I'm about other things. These people will like it. One person doesn't like it, then your friend will like it all that. And I've never been. I like it.
I don't give you a marriage.
Over.
I'm scary, and I don't know if I'll ever hear about her anymore. It's just, no, really?
Yeah.
Well, we didn't really fall out. It's just
I
really our
wouldn't feel bad for her.
when they all went over the bot, I'm like,
Well, do you remember?
Now he was just a little fella, barely 5'3", but he caused a great commotion down in Ducktown, Tennessee. Now it was nothing that the old man did or one word that he said. Fact is, the trouble didn't start till 3 days after he was dead. It was a military funeral with the family had found. Come to show the old man honor, easy in the ground. But murmurs spread among the crowd, and the mourners' blood ran cold. Went up for the big squat on Tennessee State Patrol.
I wouldn't call it people.
Who does that? Why?
Burning down his brother's trailer and running off with his wife. The entire family was divided, held together by a shaking truce. And then a woman yelled, all hell, my friends started blocking her brother. Sisters, cuffs, knife, and fist fights, yelling, spitting, fighting, hitting. What a sight to see at the town, down, and the funeral fight. It started in the afternoon, and the night. General stabbed, 2 were shot. Everybody wanted to talk.
That's why show the honor card, step forward, fire their rifles, and my wife, an old lady who was snoozing, Johnny fell out of her chair. And as she hit that astro turf, you won't believe what happened then. A boy yelled, and here we go again. People that can't make fake noise. Mortars, police, honor guard, relatives from near and far, cussing, fussing, biting, hitting. What a sight to see at the down, and the funeral fight. It started in the afternoon, as the night was 10 was there, 2 were shot, nobody wanted to talk right after the gun well down, and the funeral fight. Where's that same funeral? You can't believe what they hear. Why they even shot the sheriff, punched out the preacher's lights, and put them down, and the funeral fight. Down, and the funeral fight. I found that Monty guy. I forget the name of his channel. I have to go back and look. But he is still on YouTube. He's still selling. That guy laughing at John, wiping a tear. I'll tell you what, John is going, you are threatening my life. I'm literally fearing for my life, and I've saved this for the cops. That guy. Still on.
Oh, wait, I thought he was a cop. Filmmaker, rapper.
John was a firefighter. People were getting
I never heard he was a firefighter.
Yes. He someday at the flash.
He was a firefighter.
Yeah. He wore a long Jonathan here one. He was a former firefighter. Said never feel real apprehended crazy guy. We got a great plan. We're gonna send our best mates. But there's a time when he said, I've never been arrested. Well, the plan was fast. What?
Molly, take that title.
And then, when all the flashing began, John was a tattered man. I mean, you know, this guy is called John out for the last couple months. There you go. It's called Smith's orders were explicit. Arrest that flasher electric. Simply assign the all on the gun. No hate ever Now, Smith's plan played pretty good.
And then at the end, like,
What he did is he gave the flasher
He's here. Definitely. This will be fun.
They didn't talk about how John was
Oh, guys, the Chomo too?
I've been watching it for a long time. I wonder where John's going to make a video. He makes videos about things. Jones telling Smith to the devil.
Hello.
I am Laura. I'm the one that kind of stuck. And I figured, you know what? Why get so far? Well,
That's true. I don't know you guys' problem with John. He's a clown.
we know.
Mhm. I don't understand how a man could be so engaged in bashing a woman online. But do you guys know about the rapist that he's protecting? Do you guys know about that?
He's protecting a trauma? Was that the thing?
Yes, he's protecting.
Like, who is this dude? Because I'd like to talk to him.
Okay, so this dude, Chris Unbiased, he's in the battle rap community. He got released from prison on a dead docket, which means he hasn't been proven innocent or guilty. He was released during the pandemic. You know how they released a whole bunch of people from prison during the pandemic because of the social distancing stuff, all of that. So rapists, people with gun charges, they are out, and they're awaiting trial. This person has two alleged rapes on his jacket, and his entire story that he told the battle rap community in order for him to get ushered back in was a complete lie. And paperwork proves it. And this dude, John Rhimes, he's going out of his way to protect him and defend it and try to lie about the paperwork to try to get people to not even look into it. And it's actually really disgusting.
You showed that paperwork one time too on one of the videos.
Yeah, I've showed it a few times. Yep. Constantly. He told us in Georgia. In Georgia. Yeah, no, they were just together not that long ago. They were hanging around the house with their shoes off. They were playing footsies. I don't know what they were doing in the house, but they were. Yeah, somebody told me about his other little channels. Yeah.
Yeah, I popped that in the comments that day. He's been coming out here for a couple years, and he does not want to bicker with the man.
No.
He needs to go after these kiddos. I watched him on panel the other day. He had 4 or 5 other young men with him. You guys were just railing him. Railing him. And he hasn't made a single video about that.
He won't.
But this young lady is good. He goes after her every single day. He goes after Laura. And that's all he does is like on him. But he will not respond in minutes. And you guys, I've seen you roasting him. What happened to Monty? Monty's got another channel. Monty's got another channel. Right?
Who's Monty?
Isn't that the guy that was, where John was in a white t-shirt and he called the cops on him?
Oh, yeah. I think he's on another channel now.
You know what? I think I seen him the other day.
Wow.
I had to go back to my history.
Well, yeah, no, John definitely went on camera and said he's fears for his life because this man was making videos about him. The same way that he makes video after video about Tiffany, that man was making videos about him, and he was fearing for his life, and he said he couldn't contact the police.
He's threatening to call me.
Brian, it's not about you. Stop making us talk.
I'm not. I said you guys first. He does go after the female.
Well, that's why he's also protecting an alleged rapist, and he's saying that, well, those women, they were just prostitutes and they're liars, so who cares? Even though Chris Unbiased his own. So let me ask y'all a question, because y'all, we have women on the panel. I want to get your opinion. So if a prostitute, right, is giving her services to somebody who says that he's going to pay for that service, and then after the service is completed, the guy throws her out the car and runs away, wouldn't that be stealing vagina?
Yeah.
Well, what's stealing vagina? That's rape.
Someone's echoing back.
Or is it me?
Wait, I think I'm completely Alex Brian echoing. Brian, please mute. You're not talking. I think I could be this way. I did a TV show about prostitution. What is it going first?
Yeah, that's what I would say. That's what I would think. That's what I would think. I don't know. I'm not sure.
But from what my understanding, and I've never paid for anything like that, but every movie that I've seen, every time you hear about that, the women get paid up front. So that's why I don't even believe his story. But Chris Unbiased's defense, his own lawyer, his defense is that he was just running around acting like he was going to pay these women. He would get sex, and then he would push them out of the car and drive away. That's his own defense. But that's his defense from the paperwork. The story that he told us is that this woman was a cold case. They threw on him because the judicial system is racist. And John Rhimes was running around with that story as well. Paperwork proves that's a lie. But you want to address it. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so John's taking up for this girl, right? Who says that she's a victim of SA, but he's also supporting a rapist. Is that what? Is that?
That's exactly what it is. Yes. Now, of course, we got to say an alleged rapist because he hasn't been proven innocent or guilty. Right now, he's supposed to go back to trial, and we're going to figure out what happens going forward. Right now, John supports him with. I'm telling you, he was just at his house, and they were barefoot, playing around, watching battle rap together. Yeah, and he goes out his way to defend this dude. When I went out the paperwork, now John, now that I know the paperwork, John, he first started making videos about me trying to discredit my character. He even made a complete lie stating that
Oh, adept initiates. Talk about scamming me. Huh?
he's just trying to lie to bring attention away from the actual paperwork. His friend, Klein, mind you, John Klein, he was also in Chris Unbiased's documentary where he spread all of these lies. Yeah, John's a lie. He lied on Tommy Sotomayor before. Yeah, Tommy Sotomayor, they were both
Ew, look. 2 more left. They're running like flies. Shit on a stick.
He works in the call station. Before that, he worked in an insurance company. They laid him off. He's a liar. I'll tell you this. When I mentioned that he may be a cop, is when he said, when he brought up to, I guess, what was his name? He said,
Adept. Adept blast John Rhimes. You guys are douchers.